What if the wisest king in history had left a legacy far greater than we imagined? What if, hidden between the layers of time, there existed knowledge so powerful that it could completely transform the way you create your reality? The secret manuscript of Solomon reveals timeless principles of manifestation and wisdom that unite ancient spiritual science with the most revolutionary discoveries of quantum physics and modern neuroscience. This is not just another book about personal transformation. It is a portal to a completely new way of existing. Through a profound journey across the 7 pillars of Solomonic wisdom, you will discover how your brain was programmed for scarcity, and will learn to reprogram it for unlimited abundance. You will understand that true wealth was never about money, but about mastering the energetic field that creates all the experiences of your life. Each chapter unveils a specific secret. From the alchemy of the words, you speak to the hidden power in your daily choices. You will learn why your emotions are the true portal of manifestation, and how modern science is finally confirming what the ancient sages always knew. This audiobook was created especially to be your companion in the final moments of the day, when your mind is most receptive to reprogramming. Listen before sleep and allow these teachings to penetrate directly into your subconscious, where true transformation happens. You are about to discover that you always had access to the same power that Solomon had. The difference is that now you will know how to use it. Chapter 1. The King's Call. Have you ever felt it? That quiet whisper in the depths of your being, telling you that there's something more. That persistent sensation that you were meant for a greater life, a more abundant existence, a reality that reflects the magnificence you've always sensed within yourself but could never quite grasp. If you're listening to these words right now, it's not by accident. Nothing in your life has ever been by accident, though you may have believed otherwise. This moment, right now, is the culmination of every thought you've ever had, every emotion you've ever felt, every choice you've ever made. And somehow, through the intricate web of energy that connects all things, you've been led here, to this teaching, to these secrets, to the beginning of your true awakening. Let me tell you something that might sound extraordinary, yet deep within you, you'll recognize it as truth. There exists an ancient manuscript, lost to time, yet never truly lost, written by the wisest king who ever lived, King Solomon, whose name has echoed through millennia, whose wealth was legendary, whose wisdom was sought by rulers from distant lands, left behind more than the stories we've been told. He left a map, a blueprint, a set of principles so powerful that they've been hidden, misunderstood, and diluted throughout history. But energy cannot be destroyed, only transformed, and the energy of this wisdom has been waiting, pulsing through the quantum field, waiting for the moment when you would be ready to receive it. You see, Solomon understood something that modern science is only now beginning to grasp. He understood that reality is not fixed. He knew that the world you see around you, the circumstances you experience, the abundance or lack in your life, all of it originates from an invisible field of infinite possibilities. He knew that you are not merely living in a universe. You are continuously creating your universe with every thought, every word, every emotion that flows through you. The kingdom of heaven, he taught, is not some distant place in the sky. It's a state of consciousness, a frequency, a way of being that transforms everything you touch, everything you see, everything you experience. But here's what makes this moment so crucial in your journey. For thousands of years, this knowledge was kept secret, hidden in temples and sacred texts, accessible only to the initiated few. Why? Because power without wisdoms is dangerous. Knowledge without readiness is wasted. The universe operates on a principle that spiritual teachers have called, when the student is ready, the teacher appears. You're here because you're ready, not because you're perfect, or because you've figured everything out. You're ready because you've reached a point in your evolution where the pain of staying the same has become greater than the fear of change. You're ready because something inside you has said, enough, to limitation, to struggle, to the exhausting cycle of wanting and not having, of dreaming and not manifesting. Think about your life right now. Really think about it. Where are you? What patterns keep repeating? What dreams have you been postponing, telling yourself someday, or when the time is right, or when I have enough money, or when I'm more prepared? These delays, these postponements, they're not protecting you. They're the bars of a prison you've built with your own mind. And the key to that prison, the key you've been searching for everywhere except where it actually exists, is waiting for you right now, in this teaching, in this moment of receptivity. I want you to understand something profound about why this manuscript, these secrets, this wisdom, is reaching you now. Your brain, that magnificent 3-pound universe inside your skull, operates on frequencies. It's not just processing information. It's literally a radio transmitter and receiver, constantly broadcasting and receiving signals from the quantum field around you. Right now, as you listen to these words, you're vibrating at a specific frequency, and this frequency, this energetic signature that you're emitting, has drawn you to this exact moment. The frequency of readiness, the frequency of openness, the frequency that says, I'm done living small, I'm done accepting limitations, I'm ready to remember who I truly am. Science tells us that matter is energy vibrating at different speeds. The chair you're sitting in, the walls around you, even your own body, all of it is energy dancing in particular patterns. But here's what's revolutionary, what Solomon knew, and what quantum physics now confirms. Your consciousness, your awareness, your thoughts and emotions, these are not separate from the material world. They're part of the same energetic field. They don't just observe reality, they create it. Every thought you think sends out an electromagnetic signal. Every emotion you feel generates a measurable frequency. And the universe, this vast, intelligent field of infinite potential, responds to these signals with absolute precision. Not sometimes, not when you're lucky, always, without exception. This is why you've experienced what you've experienced. This is why certain patterns have followed you through your life, not because you're cursed or unlucky or fundamentally flawed, but because you've been broadcasting a signal, and the universe has been faithfully responding to that signal. The good news, the liberating truth that changes everything, is that you can change your signal. You can tune to a different frequency. You can become a new transmitter. And when you do, when you truly shift your energetic signature, your entire reality must shift to match it. Not might shift, must shift. This is law. This is the way the universe operates. Solomon accumulated more wealth than we can imagine. His wisdom was so renowned that queens traveled vast distances just to hear him speak. Kings sought his counsel. His understanding of human nature, of prosperity, of power, was unmatched. Yet what made Solomon extraordinary wasn't his intelligence or his circumstances. It was his consciousness. He operated from a level of awareness that most humans never access. He understood the invisible laws that govern manifestation. He knew how to work with energy instead of against it. He recognized that the external kingdom he ruled was merely a reflection of the internal kingdom he had mastered. And now, in this moment, you're being invited into that same mastery, not to become Solomon, but to become the fullest expression of yourself, to access the same universal principles that he accessed, to tap into the same infinite field of possibilities that has always been available to you, but that you've been locked out of by your conditioning, your limiting beliefs, your habitual thought patterns that keep recreating the same reality over and over again. Let me share something with you. There was a woman, let's call her Margaret, who came to one of my seminars 3 years ago. She was 62 years old, divorced, living in a small apartment, working a job she hated just to pay her bills. She told me, with tears in her eyes, that she had wasted her life, that it was too late for her, that transformation was for younger people with more opportunities. I looked at her and asked one question. "Are you breathing?" She nodded, confused. "Then it's not too late," I told her. "Every breath you take is a new opportunity to choose differently, to think differently, to be differently." Margaret decided to apply these principles you're about to learn, not perfectly, not without doubt or fear or setbacks, but consistently. She began to understand that her age, her circumstances, her past, none of it had any power over her ability to create a new reality. These were just stories, just programs running in her mind, just frequencies she had been habitually transmitting. 6 months later, she started her own business. 12 months later, she had tripled her income. 18 months later, she met a man who treated her with the love and respect she had spent her whole life longing for. But the most profound change wasn't external. It was the light in her eyes, the confidence in her voice, the absolute knowing that she was the creator of her experience. What changed? Not her circumstances first. Her consciousness changed first. Her energy shifted. The frequency she was broadcasting transformed. And then, as it must, her external reality rearranged itself to match her internal reality. You might be thinking, but my situation is different. I have real problems, real limitations, real obstacles. And you're right. Your challenges are real. But here's what you need to understand. Reality has layers. There's the physical reality you can see and touch. And then there's the energetic reality that creates the physical. Solomon operated primarily in the energetic realm. He understood that if you try to change your life by manipulating physical circumstances alone, you'll exhaust yourself and achieve temporary results at best. But if you change your energy, your consciousness, your frequency, the physical circumstances must follow. They have no choice. This is not wishful thinking. This is quantum mechanics. This is the way the universe is structured. Every ancient wisdom tradition, from the Vedas to the Kabbalah, to the teachings of Buddha, points to the same truth. The kingdom is within. The power is within. The answers are within. Not because there's some tiny voice inside you with all the answers, but because you are not separate from the infinite intelligence that creates galaxies and orchestrates the seasons and knows exactly how many cells to divide to create a human heart. You are an expression of that intelligence. You are that consciousness, having an individual experience. The same creative power that spoke worlds into existence speaks through you every moment of every day, through your thoughts and your words and your emotions. This is the first secret of the manuscript. This is where the journey begins, with the recognition that you are not small. You are not powerless. You are not at the mercy of circumstances or economy or other people's decisions. You are a focal point of infinite, creative power. The question has never been whether you have the power to transform your life. The question is, what frequency are you broadcasting? What reality are you calling into being with your habitual thoughts and emotions? Most people are unconscious creators. They think 60,000 thoughts a day, and 90% of those thoughts are the same ones they thought yesterday. They generate the same emotions they generated yesterday. They make the same choices they made yesterday, and then they wonder why their life never changes. They're caught in a loop, a pattern, a program that keeps running automatically because they haven't learned how to interrupt it, how to install a new program, how to become conscious creators instead of unconscious reactors. Solomon's wisdom was about breaking this loop. It was about waking up from the trance of limitation and stepping into the fullness of your creative power. But here's what's important. This isn't about positive thinking. It's not about affirmations alone or vision boards or wishful hoping. Those tools can be useful, but they're not enough if you're trying to put them on top of a foundation of limiting beliefs and fear-based emotions. You can't think positively for 15 minutes a day and spend the other 23 hours and 45 minutes worrying, doubting, and affirming your limitations and expect to see real change. The transformation that Solomon taught, the transformation that changes lives permanently, happens at a deeper level. It happens when you reprogram your subconscious mind, when you shift your identity, when you change not just what you think, but who you believe yourself to be. Your subconscious mind is running the show. It's the operating system beneath your awareness, controlling 95% of your thoughts, behaviors, and emotional reactions. It was programmed primarily in your first 7 years of life, when your brain was operating in theta wave states, essentially hypnotic states where you absorbed everything around you without filters. You absorbed your parents' beliefs about money, about relationships, about what's possible, about what you deserve. You absorbed the cultural programming from your environment. You absorbed the limitations, the fears, the scarcity mindset, and all of that programming is still running today beneath your conscious awareness, creating your reality through the signals it broadcasts into the quantum field. This is why you can consciously want abundance while unconsciously creating lack. You can consciously desire love while unconsciously pushing it away. You can consciously set goals while unconsciously sabotaging yourself. The conscious mind is the goal setter, but the subconscious mind is the goal getter. And if your subconscious programming doesn't match your conscious desires, the subconscious wins every time. But here's the magnificent truth. You can reprogram your subconscious. You can install new software. You can change the operating system. Solomon knew this. Every enlightened master has known this. And now science is confirming what the mystics have always taught. Neuroplasticity. Your brain is not fixed. Your neural pathways can be rewired. You can literally create new circuits, new patterns, new automatic responses. You can become a new person, not in some vague metaphorical sense. Literally, biologically, neurologically, energetically. This manuscript, these teachings, they're designed to facilitate that reprogramming, not through force, not through struggle, but through understanding, through awareness, through the gentle, persistent application of new thoughts, new emotions, new ways of being. You're listening to this before you sleep, and that's perfect, because as you drift into sleep, your brain shifts into theta waves, the same state you were in as a child, the same state where your subconscious is most receptive to new programming. These words, these truths, they're going to bypass your conscious mind's resistance and filters and plant themselves directly into your subconscious, where they'll begin to take root, to grow, to transform you from the inside out. The calling you've felt, that whisper in your soul, it's been preparing you for this. Every challenge you've faced, every disappointment, every moment when you thought you couldn't go on but somehow did, all of it has been strengthening you, making you ready for this level of understanding. You haven't been failing. You've been learning. You haven't been lost. You've been on the path all along, even when you couldn't see where it was leading. Solomon's greatest teaching was this: you are the king of your own consciousness. You are the ruler of your own mind, and your mind, your consciousness, your energy. This is the kingdom from which all external kingdoms flow. You don't need to conquer the world. You need to master yourself. You don't need to chase abundance. You need to become abundance. You don't need to seek love. You need to embody love. Because what you are, you attract. What you embody, you experience. What you vibrate, you manifest. This is not about doing more. It's about being more. It's about shifting from the frequency of lack to the frequency of abundance, from the frequency of fear to the frequency of love, from the frequency of limitation to the frequency of infinite possibility. And when you make that shift, when you truly change your energy, everything changes. Not because the world suddenly decides to give you what you want, but because you've aligned yourself with the natural flow of universal abundance that was always there, waiting for you to tune into it. Right now, as you listen to these words, as you allow them to sink deep into your consciousness, something is beginning to shift. You might feel it as a subtle relaxation, a gentle opening, a quiet sense of possibility. That's your energy field beginning to recalibrate. That's your frequency starting to shift. That's the old programs beginning to loosen their grip. Don't fight it. Don't analyze it. Just allow it. Trust it. Your conscious mind might want to question, to doubt, to protect you from disappointment. But underneath that protective layer, your true self, your infinite self, the part of you that is pure consciousness, pure creative power, that part recognizes truth when it encounters it. And it's saying yes. Yes to this teaching. Yes to this transformation. Yes to the fullness of who you were always meant to be. The Manuscript of Solomon is not really about ancient wisdom written on papyrus scrolls hidden in some cave. The real manuscript is written in the language of energy. It's encoded in the quantum field. It's inscribed in your very DNA. You don't need to find it somewhere out there. You need to activate it within yourself. You need to remember what you've always known but temporarily forgot. You need to awaken the king or queen that has always lived within you, but has been sleeping, waiting for this moment of recognition. Consider this: every cell in your body is replaced over time. The cells you have today are not the same cells you had 7 years ago. You've literally become a new physical body. Yet you've carried the same thoughts, the same beliefs, the same stories about who you are and what's possible for you. You've created a new body, but maintained an old identity. What if you could create a new identity to match your new body? What if you could become truly new, not just physically but mentally, emotionally, energetically? This is not fantasy. This is your birthright. This is what you came here to do, not to survive, not to get by, not to settle for less than what makes your heart sing. You came here to create, to express, to expand, to experience the fullness of life in all its abundance, all its beauty, all its infinite possibility. And the moment you fully embrace this truth, the moment you stop making excuses and stop waiting for perfect conditions and stop looking outside yourself for permission or validation, the moment you claim your power and step into your role as the conscious creator of your experience, everything shifts. The king is calling you, not some external king, the king within, the sovereign consciousness that knows its true nature, the master creator that has always been there, beneath the layers of conditioning and doubt and fear. That king is calling you to remember, to awaken, to rise, to claim your throne, to take dominion over your own mind, your own energy, your own creative power, and to build from that internal kingdom the external life that reflects your true magnificence. As you drift towards sleep tonight, allow these truths to penetrate deep into your subconscious mind. You are not the limited person you thought you were. You are infinite consciousness having a temporary human experience. You are a creator, not a victim. You are powerful beyond measure. You have within you right now everything you need to transform any area of your life. The same intelligence that beats your heart and digests your food and heals your wounds is the intelligence you can consciously direct to create the life you desire. You don't need to learn how. You need to remember how. You don't need to become worthy. You need to recognize that you already are. This is the call of the king, the invitation to step into your power, the beginning of a journey that will transform everything, not because these words have magic in them, but because you have magic in you. These words are simply activating what was always there, waiting for this moment. You are ready. You have always been ready. And now, finally, you know it. Welcome to the kingdom. Welcome to your true self. Welcome home. Let your breathing deepen. Let your body relax. Let these truths settle into the core of your being. Tomorrow when you wake, you will be different. Not dramatically, not obviously, but subtly, powerfully, irreversibly. The seed has been planted. The transformation has begun, and nothing will ever be the same again. Chapter 2. The First Key. The kingdom begins in the mind. You don't attract to what you want. You attract to what you are. Let that sink in for a moment. Really let it penetrate. This single truth, this one principle, is the foundation of everything Solomon understood about manifestation, about creation, about the nature of reality itself. You've probably heard people say, like attracts like, or you attract what you think about. But that's not quite accurate, and this subtle difference is why so many people struggle with manifestation, despite doing all the right techniques, saying all the right affirmations, creating all the vision boards. They're trying to attract something they want while being someone who doesn't have it. And the universe doesn't respond to your wishes. It responds to your being. It responds to your state. It responds to who you are energetically in every moment. Your mind is not contained in your brain. This is perhaps the most revolutionary understanding that modern science is beginning to grasp, something Solomon knew thousands of years ago. Your mind extends beyond your physical body. It's a field, an energy system, a transmission tower that broadcasts your unique signature into the quantum field of infinite possibilities. Every thought you think, every belief you hold, every emotion you feel, these create ripples in this field. They send out signals, and the universe, this vast, intelligent consciousness that permeates everything, reads these signals and responds with absolute precision. Not sometimes, Not when the stars align, always, in every moment, without exception. Think about a radio station. The station is always broadcasting, whether anyone is listening or not. It's sending out a specific frequency, and if you tune your radio to that frequency, you receive that station. You don't receive classical music when you're tuned to a rock station. You don't receive news when you're tuned to jazz. The frequency determines what you receive. Your mind works the same way. Right now, in this very moment, you're broadcasting a frequency, and that frequency is determined not by what you say you want, not by what you consciously desire, but by your state of being, by who you are energetically, by the beliefs that run in the background of your consciousness, like programs running on a computer. Solomon understood that the kingdom, the reality you experience, begins in the mind, not in the physical world, not in circumstances, not in what other people do or don't do, in the mind. Everything you see, everything you experience, everything that manifests in your physical reality, it all originates from the invisible realm of consciousness. This is not a metaphor. This is not spiritual poetry. This is the actual mechanism of creation. Quantum physics has now proven what mystics have always known. Consciousness precedes matter. The observer affects the observed. Your awareness, your attention, your mental focus, these literally influence the behavior of subatomic particles. You are not separate from reality. You are constantly creating reality through the act of observation, through the quality of your consciousness, through the frequency you're broadcasting. But here's where it gets interesting. Here's where most people get stuck. Your conscious mind, the part of you that's listening to these words right now, the part that sets goals and makes plans and decides what you want. This is only about 5% of your total consciousness. The other 95% is subconscious. It's operating beneath your awareness, running programs that were installed mostly before you were 7 years old. And these programs, these unconscious beliefs and patterns, they're what's actually broadcasting your frequency most of the time. This is why you can consciously want something with all your heart, while unconsciously creating the opposite. Your conscious desires are weak transmissions compared to the powerful broadcasts of your subconscious programming. Let me give you an example. There was a man named David who came to me frustrated beyond measure. He had been studying manifestation for years. He did his affirmations every morning. He visualized. He meditated. He created vision boards. And yet, his business kept struggling. Money would come in and then immediately flow out. He would get close to a breakthrough and then something would fall apart. He was ready to give up, convinced that manifestation was false, or that he was somehow broken, or that the universe had it out for him. But when we explored his subconscious beliefs, when we dug beneath his conscious desires, we discovered something fascinating. His father had been a successful businessman who worked constantly, rarely home, missed David's childhood. And deep in David's subconscious, there was a program running that said, success equals absence, money equals missing out on life, wealth equals sacrificing what matters. His conscious mind wanted business success. His subconscious mind was protecting him from the pain it associated with success. These two forces were in constant conflict, and the subconscious was winning because it always does. It's more powerful. It's running the show beneath your awareness. Once David recognized this pattern, once he brought consciousness to the unconscious program, everything shifted. He didn't need more manifestation techniques. He needed to reprogram his beliefs about what success meant. He needed to change his state of being from someone who unconsciously feared success to someone who knew he could be successful and present, wealthy and connected, abundant and available. Within 6 months, his business tripled, not because he worked harder or learned new strategies, but because he changed his frequency. He changed who he was being, and the universe responded to that new transmission. This is the first key Solomon understood. The kingdom, your reality, begins with your state of being. And your state of being is determined by your mind, not just your thoughts, but the entire ecosystem of your consciousness, your beliefs, your emotions, your self-concept, your habitual patterns of perception. All of this creates your frequency, your energetic signature, your broadcast into the quantum field. And what you broadcast, you receive. What you are, you attract. What you embody, you experience. Now let's go deeper. Your brain is the hardware, but your mind is the software. And just like software can be updated, your mind can be reprogrammed. You are not stuck with the programs that were installed in your childhood. You are not condemned to keep recreating the same patterns forever. Neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to form new neural pathways, means you can literally rewire your brain. You can create new patterns. You can install new programs. You can become a new person with a new frequency that attracts new experiences. But this requires understanding how the mind actually works. Your conscious mind is analytical. It's logical. It thinks in words and sequences. It's the part that decides and plans. Your subconscious mind is different. It thinks in images and emotions. It doesn't analyze or judge. It simply accepts what it's been programmed to believe as truth, and then works tirelessly to make that belief real in your experience. It's like a garden. Whatever seeds you plant, it will grow. It doesn't care if you plant flowers or weeds. It just grows what you give it. And most people have been unconsciously planting weeds, limiting beliefs, fear-based thoughts, scarcity programming, and then wondering why their garden, their life, looks the way it does. Solomon knew that mastering the mind meant mastering the subconscious. It meant becoming aware of the programs running beneath awareness and consciously choosing to install new ones. It meant understanding that you're not your thoughts. You're the consciousness that observes thoughts. And once you realize this, once you step back and recognize that you are not the voice in your head, but the awareness that hears the voice, everything changes. You gain power. You gain choice. You stop being controlled by unconscious patterns and start becoming the conscious creator of your experience. Here's a profound truth. Your mind is always creating. Always. It never stops. Even right now, as you listen to these words, your mind is creating your experience of this moment. It's interpreting sensations, generating thoughts, filtering reality through your beliefs. You're not experiencing reality directly. You're experiencing your mind's interpretation of reality. And that interpretation is based on your programming, your beliefs, your past experiences, your expectations. Two people can be in the exact same situation and have completely different experiences because they have different minds, different programs, different frequencies. This means that if you want to change your reality, you must first change your mind. You must shift your frequency. You must become someone different energetically. And this is not about forcing yourself to think positive thoughts while feeling negative emotions. That's just creating more internal conflict. It's about genuinely shifting your state of being. It's about reprogramming at the level where programs actually run, in the subconscious. It's about changing your beliefs, healing your emotional patterns, upgrading your self-concept, transforming your relationship with life itself. The kingdom begins in the mind because mind is not separate from matter. They're two aspects of the same thing: energy, consciousness, the quantum field. When you think a thought, you create an electrical signal in your brain. When you feel an emotion, you create a magnetic field in your heart. Together, these electrical and magnetic components create an electromagnetic signature, a frequency, a broadcast. And this broadcast goes out into the field and attracts back to you experiences, circumstances, people, opportunities that match that frequency. This is not wishful thinking. This is measurable science. Your heart generates an electromagnetic field that extends several feet beyond your body. Other people can sense this field, even if they're not consciously aware of it. You've felt it, too. You've met people who just feel good to be around. You've met people who drain your energy. That's not imagination. That's their electromagnetic signature affecting yours. Solomon's wisdom was about understanding these invisible forces and learning to work with them intentionally. He knew that if you control your mind, you control your frequency. And if you control your frequency, you control what you attract. This is why he could accumulate such extraordinary wealth, not because he was lucky, or because he manipulated people, or because circumstances favored him. Because he mastered his mind. He mastered his state of being. He broadcast the frequency of abundance, wisdom, power, prosperity, and the universe, following its immutable laws, delivered experiences that matched that frequency. You have this same power, right now. You've always had it. The difference is whether you're using it consciously or unconsciously. Most people are unconscious creators. They think random thoughts all day long, most of them repetitive, most of them negative, most of them focused on problems and fears and limitations. They generate emotions of stress, anxiety, worry, frustration, and then they wonder why their life feels hard, why abundance eludes them, why their dreams don't manifest. They're broadcasting a frequency of struggle, and the universe is faithfully responding with more struggle. They're getting exactly what they're asking for energetically, even though it's not what they want consciously. Becoming a conscious creator means taking responsibility for your mind. It means recognizing that every thought you think is either programming you for success or failure, abundance or lack, joy or suffering. It means understanding that you are not a victim of your thoughts. You are the creator of your thoughts. And if you don't like the thoughts you're thinking, if you don't like the frequency you're broadcasting, you have the power to change it. Not by suppressing negative thoughts, not by forcing yourself to be positive, but by genuinely shifting your state of being through understanding, through awareness, through the consistent practice of new patterns. Let me share something powerful with you. Your brain doesn't know the difference between something you vividly imagine and something you actually experience. When you imagine something in detail, when you see it in your mind's eye and feel the emotions associated with it, your brain fires the same neural networks it would fire if you were actually experiencing that thing. This is why visualization works when done correctly, not because you're magically attracting something from the ether, but because you're literally programming your brain, creating new neural pathways, rehearsing being the person who already has what you desire. You're shifting your state of being from someone who lacks to someone who has. And when you truly embody that state, when you genuinely feel it in your body and emotions, not just think about it intellectually, you change your frequency, and your reality must shift to match. But here's the crucial part that most people miss. You can't just visualize for 10 minutes and then spend the rest of your day in your old state, thinking your old thoughts, feeling your old emotions, being your old self. That's like trying to tune to a new radio station while holding the dial on the old one. You have to commit to the new frequency. You have to become vigilant about your state of being throughout the day. You have to catch yourself when you slip back into old patterns and consciously choose to shift back to your new state. This takes awareness. This takes practice. This takes what Solomon would have called discipline, though not the harsh kind of discipline that's about forcing or controlling. The discipline of remembering, the discipline of choosing, the discipline of aligning with your true power instead of defaulting to your conditioned limitations. Your mind is always moving toward something. Right now, your thoughts are directed somewhere. Your attention is focused on something. Your emotions are resonating with something. And wherever your mind goes, your energy flows. Where your energy flows, your reality grows. This is why it's so important to guard your mind, to be selective about what you feed it, to consciously choose what you focus on. If you're constantly consuming news about disasters and problems, if you're constantly talking about what's wrong with your life, if you're constantly thinking about what you don't want or what you're afraid of, you're programming your mind for more of exactly that. You're watering the weeds. You're broadcasting a frequency of lack and fear. And the universe will give you plenty of reasons to feel lack and fear, because that's what you're asking for energetically. Solomon said, "As a man thinks in his heart, so is he." Notice he didn't say, "As a man thinks in his head." Heart, feeling, emotion. This is crucial. Thoughts alone are weak creators. It's thought combined with emotion that creates powerfully. You can think about abundance all day long, but if you don't feel abundant, if the emotion in your body is still lack and worry and fear, you're not broadcasting the frequency of abundance. You're broadcasting the frequency of lack decorated with positive words. And the universe doesn't listen to your words. It responds to your vibration, your feeling, your state of being. This is why affirmations often don't work. People repeat affirmations while feeling the opposite emotion. They say, "I am abundant," while feeling broke. They say, "I am confident," while feeling insecure. They're trying to trick the universe, but you can't trick the field. It reads your actual state, not your desired state. It responds to what you truly are, not what you're pretending to be. True transformation happens when your thoughts and emotions align, when you genuinely shift your state of being, when you become the person who would naturally experience what you desire. Think about someone who is naturally confident. They don't need to affirm their confidence. They simply are confident. It's their state of being. It radiates from them. People feel it. Opportunities come to them. Things work out for them because they're broadcasting the frequency of confidence, and the universe responds with experiences that match. You can have this same natural state with anything. Abundance, love, health, success, peace, joy. But you must become it first. You must shift your state of being before the external reality shifts. This is the key. This is what most people get backwards. They think they'll feel abundant when they have money. They'll feel confident when they achieve success. They'll feel loved when they find the perfect partner. But it works the opposite way. You must feel it first. You must be it first. Then the external reality must follow because that's the law. That's how the universe operates. Your mind is the creative force of your life. Not circumstances, not other people, not luck or chance or fate. Your mind, your consciousness, your state of being. And the beautiful, empowering, life-changing truth is that you have complete control over your mind. It might not feel that way because you've spent years, maybe decades, on autopilot, letting your mind run wild, letting old programs control you, reacting instead of creating. But you can take back control. You can become the master of your mind instead of its servant. You can choose your thoughts. You can choose your focus. You can choose your emotional state. And when you choose consciously, consistently, persistently, you change everything. This is what Solomon meant by the kingdom beginning in the mind. Your mind is the kingdom. Your consciousness is the creative force. Your state of being is the blueprint from which all external experiences are built. When you master your mind, when you learn to consciously direct your thoughts and emotions, when you shift your frequency to match what you desire, you become unstoppable. Not because you force reality to bend to your will, but because you align yourself with the natural flow of universal abundance. You stop swimming against the current and start flowing with it. You stop being at war with life and start partnering with it. You stop trying to get what you want and start being what you want, which automatically attracts the experiences that match. There's a law in physics called the law of resonance. It says that when two objects are tuned to the same frequency, they resonate with each other. When one vibrates, the other responds. Your mind works the same way. When you're vibrating at the frequency of abundance, you resonate with abundant opportunities, abundant people, abundant circumstances. When you're vibrating at the frequency of love, you resonate with loving relationships, loving experiences, loving realities. When you're vibrating at the frequency of health, your body responds. Your cells reorganize. Your immune system strengthens. Your energy increases. This is not magic. This is physics. This is biology. This is the way reality actually works beneath the surface of physical appearances. But you must be patient with yourself in this process. You've spent your whole life, or at least most of it, operating from old programs, old beliefs, old patterns. You can't expect to shift everything overnight. Neural pathways that have been used for years have become superhighways in your brain. They're the default routes. Creating new pathways takes repetition, takes consistency, takes practice. Every time you choose a new thought, every time you shift to a new emotional state, every time you act from your new identity instead of your old one, you're carving a new pathway. At first it feels awkward, uncomfortable, unnatural. That's normal. That's your brain saying, this is new, this is different, this is not the program we usually run. But if you persist, if you keep choosing the new path despite the discomfort, eventually it becomes easier. Eventually it becomes natural. Eventually it becomes who you are. Solomon didn't become the wisest king overnight. He cultivated wisdom. He practiced it. He chose it repeatedly until it became his natural state. You can do the same with any quality, any state, any frequency you desire to embody. You cultivate it. You practice it. You choose it repeatedly until it becomes automatic, until it becomes who you are, until you no longer need to try to feel abundant or confident or peaceful because you simply are these things. They've become your state of being. Right now, as you absorb these words, as you allow them to penetrate your consciousness, something is shifting in your mind. Neurons are firing in new patterns. Synapses are connecting in new ways. Your brain is literally changing as you understand these principles. This is not metaphorical. This is neuroplasticity in action. You are rewiring your brain right now. You are installing new software. You are becoming someone new. And as you drift towards sleep tonight, As your conscious mind relaxes and your subconscious becomes more receptive, these new patterns will integrate even deeper. They'll become part of your operating system. They'll start running automatically beneath your awareness, changing your frequency, transforming your broadcast, attracting new realities. The kingdom begins in the mind, your mind, right now. Not someday when you're more ready or more evolved or more spiritual. Now, in this moment, you have the power to think a new thought, to feel a new emotion, to choose a new state of being. And that choice, that shift, that decision to become conscious of your mind and take control of it instead of being controlled by it, that's the first key. That's the beginning of everything. That's the foundation upon which Solomon built his kingdom, and it's the foundation upon which you will build yours. Your reality tomorrow will be a reflection of your state of being today. Your life next year will be a manifestation of the frequency you consistently broadcast this year. Your entire future is being created right now by the thoughts you think, the emotions you feel, the beliefs you hold, the state of being you embody. This is not pressure. This is power. This is the recognition that you are not helpless, not powerless, not at the mercy of circumstances. You are the creator. You are the broadcaster. You are the conscious force that shapes your reality. And now that you know this, now that you truly understand the first key, everything becomes possible. Not because the universe suddenly starts favoring you, but because you've aligned yourself with the way the universe already works. You've stepped into your role as a conscious creator. You've claimed the power that was always yours. The mind is not just a thinking machine. It's a creation machine. It's a manifestation device. It's the interface between the invisible realm of infinite possibilities and the visible realm of physical reality. And you are the operator of this magnificent device. You choose what it creates. You determine what it manifests. You decide what frequency it broadcasts. This is the gift. This is the responsibility. This is the first key that opens all the doors. The kingdom begins in the mind. Your kingdom, your mind, beginning now. Let it begin. Let the transformation take root. Let the new frequency establish itself. Let the conscious creator in you awaken fully and take the throne. You are ready. You have always been ready. And now you know the way. Chapter 3. The Alchemy of Words. There is a power in your mouth that most people never recognize. Every word you speak is not just a sound disappearing into the air. Every word is a spell. Every sentence is an incantation. Every declaration is a command to the universe, to your subconscious mind, to the quantum field that's listening to everything you say and taking it as instruction for what to create in your reality. Solomon understood this. He knew that words are not merely communication tools. They are creation tools. They are frequencies. They are vibrations that shape matter, influence energy, and literally construct the reality you experience. When ancient texts say, "In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God," they weren't being poetic. They were describing the fundamental mechanics of creation. Consciousness speaks, and reality forms. You speak, and your reality forms. The question is, what are you speaking? What are you creating with the words that flow from your mouth every single day? Listen carefully to the language you use. Not just the big declarations, but the casual comments, the throwaway phrases, the habitual expressions that you repeat without thinking. I'm so tired. I can't afford that. This is killing me. I'm terrible with money. I never get lucky. That's just how I am. Life is hard. Every single one of these statements is a command. Everyone is programming your subconscious mind and broadcasting a frequency into the field. And here's what most people don't realize. Your subconscious mind and the universe take everything you say literally. They don't understand sarcasm. They don't recognize when you're exaggerating. They don't differentiate between what you mean and what you say. They simply respond to the vibration, the frequency, the energetic signature of your words. When you say, "I'm broke," even if you're joking, even if you have money in the bank, you're affirming poverty consciousness. You're activating neural pathways associated with lack. You're broadcasting the frequency of scarcity, and the universe, following its immutable laws, starts arranging circumstances to match that frequency. Solomon said, "Death and life are in the power of the tongue." This is not metaphor. This is literal instruction. Your words can create life in your experience or destroy it. They can open doors or close them. They can attract abundance or repel it. They can heal your body or harm it. Studies have shown that when people speak negatively about their health, their immune system weakens. When they speak positively, it strengthens. Words affect water molecules, changing their crystalline structure. Words affect plants, influencing their growth. If words can do this to water and plants, what do you think they're doing to you? Your body is 70% water. Every cell is listening to what you say. Every organ responds to your declarations. You are literally talking yourself into health or disease, abundance or poverty, happiness or misery. But here's where it gets deeper. Words are not just sounds. They're encoded with meaning, with emotion, with history, with energetic signatures that have been building for thousands of years. When you say the word abundance, you're not just making a sound. You're activating a frequency, tapping into a field of energy that contains every experience of abundance that has ever existed. You're connecting to that field. You're tuning your consciousness to that station. Similarly, when you use words of lack, limitation, fear, struggle, you're tuning to those frequencies. You're activating those fields. You're programming yourself to experience more of exactly what you're speaking about. This is why complaining is so dangerous. Every time you complain, you're affirming what's wrong. You're giving energy to what you don't want. You're telling the universe, "More of this, please." And the universe, which is neutral, which doesn't judge your choices, which simply responds to your vibration, says, "Okay, here's more of what you're focusing on." There was a woman named Sarah who came to one of my workshops. She was a chronic complainer, not because she was a bad person, but because complaining was a habit she'd learned from her family, a pattern that ran so deep she didn't even recognize she was doing it. She complained about the weather, about traffic, about her job, about her relationships, about politics, about everything. And her life reflected it. Everything was a struggle. Nothing worked out smoothly. She felt like the universe was against her. But when I helped her become aware of her language patterns, when she started catching herself and consciously choosing different words, everything shifted. Not immediately, not magically, but progressively, powerfully, undeniably. Within 3 months, she got a promotion she'd been passed over for twice before. Within 6 months, she met someone who treated her with genuine love and respect. Within a year, her entire energy was different. She walked differently. She smiled more. She radiated a frequency that attracted opportunities instead of repelling them. What changed? Her circumstances didn't change first. Her words changed first. Her language shifted. The frequency she was broadcasting transformed. And then, as it must, Her external reality reorganized itself to match her internal shift. Words are vibrational tools. Every word carries a specific frequency. Words like love, gratitude, abundance, peace, joy, these carry high frequencies. They elevate your energy. They open your heart. They expand your consciousness. They create coherence in your electromagnetic field. Words like hate, fear, lack, worry, anger, these carry low frequencies. They contract your energy. They close your heart. They narrow your consciousness. They create incoherence in your field. You can feel this difference in your body. Say the word love out loud and notice how it feels in your chest. Now say the word hate and notice the difference. Your body responds to the vibration of words because your body is not separate from consciousness. It's the physical expression of consciousness. Every word you speak affects every cell in your body. Now, here's something crucial. You can't just change your words on the surface while maintaining the same internal state. That's like putting positive bumper stickers on a broken-down car. The words have to match your energy. They have to be authentic. They have to resonate with truth. If you say, I am abundant, while feeling poor, while believing you're poor, while vibrating at the frequency of poverty, the words are just empty sounds. They have no power because they're not aligned with your state of being. But when you shift your state first, when you genuinely connect to the feeling of abundance, when you embody that frequency, and then you speak words that match that state, now you have power. Now you're using words as they were meant to be used, as amplifiers, as crystallizers, as anchors for the frequency you're choosing to embody. This is the alchemy Solomon mastered. He understood that words without the corresponding emotional energy are impotent, but words spoken from a genuine state of being, from a true frequency, from an authentic alignment, these words have creative power. They literally shape reality. They command the quantum field. They instruct your subconscious. They broadcast your frequency with clarity and strength. This is why affirmations work for some people and not for others. It's not about the words themselves. It's about the energy behind the words. It's about whether the words are expressing a genuine state of being or contradicting it. Let me give you a powerful practice. Before you speak, pause for just a moment and feel into your energy. Ask yourself, what frequency am I about to broadcast with these words? Am I about to affirm limitation or possibility? Am I about to strengthen the old pattern or create a new one? Am I speaking from fear or from power? This doesn't mean you become artificial or suppress honest expression. It means you become conscious. You recognize that you have a choice in every moment about what you speak into existence. You realize that casual speech is not casual at all. It's constantly creating, constantly programming, constantly broadcasting. And if you want to change your reality, you must first change your words, because your words reveal and reinforce your dominant thoughts, beliefs, and emotional states. Pay attention to the small phrases, the automatic expressions that slip out without conscious thought. I always and I never are particularly powerful programming statements. When you say, I always run late, or I never have enough time, or I always attract the wrong people, you're creating a self-fulfilling prophecy. You're instructing your subconscious to keep this pattern active. You're telling the universe, this is my identity. This is who I am. Keep giving me experiences that confirm this. Your subconscious mind is obedient. It takes your word as law. When you declare something is always or never true, it works tirelessly to make sure that's what you experience. Not because it's mean or trying to sabotage you, but because it thinks you're telling it who you are and what you want to experience. Here's a transformative shift you can make immediately. Replace absolute language with possibility language. Instead of, "I never have enough money," say, "I'm learning to create more financial abundance." Instead of, "I'm terrible at relationships," say, "I'm discovering how to attract healthy love." Instead of, "This always happens to me," say, "I'm creating a new pattern now." Do you feel the difference? The first versions lock you into an identity. The second versions open a doorway to change. They acknowledge where you've been while pointing you toward where you're going. They maintain honesty without creating prison bars. They honor your current reality without making it permanent. Solomon also understood the power of speaking as if. This is different from lying to yourself or denying your current circumstances. It's about speaking from the end result, from the reality you're creating, from the state of being you're choosing to embody. When you speak as if you already are the person who has what you desire, when you use present tense language that affirms the reality you're manifesting, you create a powerful alignment between your words and your vision. You start to embody that future self now. You begin to vibrate at that frequency now. You step into that identity now. And this creates a magnetic pull, drawing that reality toward you because you're no longer broadcasting lack and longing. You're broadcasting having and being. But be careful here. There's a fine line between speaking as if from a place of genuine embodiment and speaking as if from a place of desperate hoping. The universe reads your energy, not your words. If you say, "I am wealthy," while feeling poor and hoping it will somehow magically come true, you're actually reinforcing the lack because the dominant energy behind the words is lack. But if you connect to the feeling of wealth, if you embody the energy of abundance, if you genuinely shift your state, and then you speak from that place, saying, "I am wealthy," becomes a declaration of truth, a recognition of your true nature as an expression of infinite abundance. The words have power because they're aligned with your energy. Think about how masters speak, how spiritual teachers, how truly successful people, how those who have mastered manifestation use language. They don't talk about what they lack. They don't complain. They don't speak from victimhood or powerlessness. They speak from certainty, from knowing, from power. Not arrogant power that diminishes others, but authentic power that recognizes their creative nature. They say things like, "I create my reality," not as a hopeful affirmation, but as a statement of fact. They say, "I choose," instead of "I have to." They say, "I'm learning," instead of "I'm failing." They say, "This is interesting," instead of "This is terrible." Every word choice reflects a consciousness that knows itself as the creator, not the victim. You can adopt this same way of speaking, starting right now, not by forcing yourself or creating a fake persona, but by genuinely shifting your awareness, by recognizing that every word is a choice, that every sentence is an opportunity to either reinforce your limitations or step into your power, that every conversation is a chance to practice being the person you're becoming. And yes, it will feel awkward at first. Your old patterns will resist. Your mind will want to default to the familiar language of limitation. That's normal. That's expected. But every time you consciously choose a more empowering word, every time you catch yourself about to complain and choose to reframe instead, every time you speak from possibility rather than limitation, you're rewiring your brain. You're creating new neural pathways. You're installing new programs. You're broadcasting a new frequency. The ancient texts speak of God speaking worlds into existence. Let there be light. And there was light. This is not just a creation story. It's an instruction manual. You have this same power within you because you are an extension of the same consciousness. When you speak with genuine energy, with authentic feeling, with true embodiment, you speak things into existence, in your reality. Not instantaneously in the physical realm, because matter moves more slowly than consciousness, but you set the creation process in motion. You plant the seed. You send out the signal. And if you maintain that signal consistently, if you keep speaking from that frequency, if you align your words with your emotions and your actions, the physical manifestation must follow. This is law. This is the way the universe works. Your words also affect other people. When you speak to someone, you're not just conveying information. You're influencing their energy. You're affecting their state. This is why encouragement is so powerful. When you speak words of belief in someone, of recognition of their potential, of acknowledgement of their worth, you're helping them tune to a higher frequency. You're reminding them of their power. You're activating dormant possibilities within them. Conversely, when you criticize, diminish, or speak negatively to someone, you're potentially pulling them down, reinforcing their limitations, activating their doubts. This doesn't mean you can't give honest feedback or speak truth. It means you become conscious of how you deliver that truth. You can point out areas for growth without diminishing someone's worth. You can be honest without being destructive. Solomon's wisdom included understanding the weight of words and the responsibility that comes with speech. There's also power in silence. Solomon knew when to speak and when to remain silent. Not every thought needs to be verbalized. Not every opinion needs to be shared. Not every reaction needs to be expressed. Sometimes, the most powerful choice is to say nothing, to hold your energy, to maintain your frequency, without broadcasting it into environments where it will be diminished or attacked. This is not about suppression or hiding. It's about discernment. It's about recognizing that your words are precious, that your energy is valuable, that you get to choose where you invest your creative power. Speaking less and choosing your words more carefully actually increases the power of what you do say, because it comes from a place of conscious intention rather than unconscious reaction. Let's talk about gossip for a moment. When you speak negatively about someone who isn't present, when you participate in gossip, you're doing several destructive things simultaneously. First, you're activating and reinforcing negative frequencies in yourself. Second, you're sending that negative energy toward the person you're talking about, affecting your energetic relationship with them. Third, you're programming your subconscious to look for and focus on negativity. Fourth, you're broadcasting to the universe that you're interested in drama and problems, inviting more of the same into your experience. Gossip is one of the quickest ways to lower your frequency and attract negative experiences. Masters don't gossip. They don't speak ill of others, not because they're pretending to be holy, but because they understand the cost. They understand that every word affects their energy, their frequency, their reality. Now let's explore the power of questions. Questions are a special form of language because they direct your mind to search for answers. When you ask yourself, "Why does this always happen to me?" your brain immediately starts looking for evidence to support the premise of the question, finding reasons why you're a victim, why life is unfair, why you're stuck. But when you ask, "What can I learn from this?" or "How can I use this for my growth?" or "What opportunity is hidden in this situation?" your brain searches for constructive answers, empowering perspectives, growth possibilities. The quality of your life is determined by the quality of the questions you ask. Solomon knew this. His wisdom came partly from asking better questions, questions that opened his mind to deeper understanding, rather than confirming limiting beliefs. Make a practice of catching your self-talk, that constant internal dialogue running in your mind. Most people speak to themselves more harshly than they would ever speak to anyone else. I'm so stupid. I'm such an idiot. I can't do anything right. I'm worthless. These internal statements are even more powerful than external ones because they're happening at the source, directly programming your consciousness without any filters. If you talk to a child the way you probably talk to yourself, that child would grow up damaged, insecure, afraid, and yet you do this to yourself daily without recognizing the harm. You are the child. Your subconscious mind is taking in these statements as truth, as identity, as commands for who to be and what to experience. What if you spoke to yourself the way a loving parent speaks to a precious child? With encouragement, with patience, with belief, with recognition of potential. What if instead of, "I'm so stupid for making that mistake," you said, "I'm learning and growing"? Instead of, "I can't do this," you said, "I'm figuring this out." Instead of, "I'm not good enough," you said, "I'm exactly where I need to be on my journey." This isn't about lying to yourself or pretending problems don't exist. It's about choosing language that empowers rather than diminishes, that opens possibilities rather than closing them, that aligns with your highest good rather than your deepest fears. Solomon's Proverbs are filled with references to the power of words. A soft answer turns away wrath. Pleasant words are a honeycomb, sweet to the soul and healing to the bones. Whoever guards his mouth preserves his life. He understood that mastering language is essential to mastering life. He knew that the tongue, this small muscle in your mouth, has more power than any weapon because it shapes consciousness, and consciousness shapes reality. Every great teacher, every master, every enlightened being has emphasized the importance of conscious speech. It's not a minor teaching. It's foundational. Because if you can't control your words, you can't control your frequency. And if you can't control your frequency, you can't consciously create your reality. Here's a practice that will transform your life if you commit to it. For the next 30 days, become absolutely vigilant about your language. Catch yourself every time you're about to say something limiting, negative, or disempowering. Pause. Choose a different phrase. Reframe the statement. Replace the limiting language with possibility language. This will feel difficult at first because you're interrupting deeply ingrained patterns. You might catch yourself mid-sentence and have to stop and correct. You might forget and slip back into old patterns dozens of times a day. That's okay. That's part of the process. Every time you catch yourself and choose differently, you're strengthening new neural pathways. You're installing new programs. You're training yourself to become a conscious speaker instead of an unconscious one. As you practice this, you'll notice something extraordinary. As your words change, your thoughts begin to change. As your thoughts change, your emotions shift. As your emotions shift, your frequency transforms. As your frequency transforms, your reality responds. It all starts with words, because words are the bridge between consciousness and manifestation. They're the point where the invisible becomes audible. They're the tool through which you crystallize your intentions and broadcast them into the field. Master your words, and you've taken a giant step toward mastering your life. Tonight, as you drift into sleep, let these truths settle deep into your subconscious. Your words matter. Your language creates. Your declarations shape reality. You are not helpless or powerless. You have within your mouth, right now, the ability to speak a new reality into existence, to affirm your power, to declare your worthiness, to claim your abundance, to name your desires, to call forth your highest potential. The universe is listening. Your subconscious is listening. Your cells are listening. Every word you speak is heard and responded to. Choose wisely. Speak consciously. Create intentionally. And watch as the reality you've been speaking begins to materialize around you, reflecting back the frequency you've been broadcasting. The alchemy of words is real. It's available to you. It's active in you right now. Use it with awareness. Use it with intention. Use it with power. And become the conscious creator you were always meant to be. Chapter 4. The Inner Temple. Rediscovering Your True Self. Solomon built a temple that became legendary, a magnificent structure that took years to complete, adorned with gold and precious stones, a physical representation of divine presence on earth. But here's what most people miss when they hear that story. The physical temple was never the real temple. It was a symbol, a teaching tool, a way of pointing to a deeper truth. The real temple was always internal. The real sanctuary was always consciousness. The real Holy of Holies was always the core of your being, that place deep within you that remains untouched by circumstances, unchanged by time, unaffected by the chaos of the external world. And here's the profound truth that will transform everything once you truly grasp it. You don't need to build this temple. It's already there. It has always been there. You simply need to remember how to access it. You need to rediscover who you really are beneath all the layers of conditioning, beneath all the masks you've worn, beneath all the false identities you've constructed to survive in a world that taught you to be something other than your authentic self. Who are you? Not your name, not your job title, not your relationship status, not your bank account, not your achievements or failures, not your body or your thoughts or your emotions. Who are you really? This is not a philosophical question designed to make you feel confused or inadequate. It's the most practical question you could ever ask, because until you know who you truly are, you'll keep creating from a false identity. You'll keep manifesting from a limited sense of self. You'll keep attracting experiences that match not your true nature, but the costume you've been wearing, the character you've been playing, the persona you've been presenting to the world. And no matter how much you achieve or acquire or accomplish, it will never feel like enough because it's happening to someone you're pretending to be, rather than someone you actually are. Let me tell you about a man named Michael, successful by every external measure, 6-figure income, beautiful home, attractive partner, respected in his field, everything he thought he wanted. And yet he woke up every morning with a sense of emptiness, a quiet desperation, a feeling that something fundamental was missing. He came to me confused, almost angry. I did everything right, he said. I set goals. I worked hard. I manifested success. Why do I still feel empty? The answer, once we explored it together, was simple yet profound. He had manifested success for a version of himself that wasn't real. He had built his life around who he thought he should be, who his parents wanted him to be, who society said he should be. But his authentic self, his true nature, his real essence, that was buried beneath years of conditioning and expectations and fears about not being acceptable if he showed up as he really was. He was living someone else's dream, wearing someone else's identity, broadcasting someone else's frequency, and the universe, always accurate, was giving him exactly what that false identity was asking for, which is why it felt hollow. Because it was hollow. It wasn't his. This is the crisis so many people face. They spend their lives becoming someone they think they're supposed to be, accumulating things they think they're supposed to want, chasing dreams they think they're supposed to pursue, and then one day they wake up and realize they don't even know who they are anymore. They've lost touch with their essence. They've forgotten their true nature. They've buried their authentic self so deep beneath layers of adaptation and people-pleasing and fear-based conformity that they can't find their way back. But here's the beautiful, liberating truth. Your authentic self never went anywhere. It can't be lost. It can't be destroyed. It can only be obscured, covered over, temporarily forgotten. And the moment you decide to remember, the moment you commit to rediscovering your true nature, the path reveals itself. The temple opens. The light comes back on. Solomon understood something that modern psychology is only now confirming. You are not a blank slate that gets written on by experience. You came into this world with a unique essence, a specific frequency, a particular expression of universal consciousness. Before the world told you who to be, before you learned what was acceptable and what wasn't, before you developed strategies to get approval and avoid rejection, you were already complete. You were already whole. You were already enough. Not because you achieved anything or proved anything or earned anything, but simply because you existed. You were and are a unique expression of infinite intelligence, consciousness having an individual experience, source energy, focused into a specific form. This is your true nature. This is who you really are. Everything else, all the identities and roles and personas, these are just costumes you've worn, characters you've played, adaptations you've made to navigate a world that often felt unsafe to be fully yourself in. Think about young children before the world programs them. They're completely authentic. They express what they feel without filtering. They pursue what interests them without questioning whether it's acceptable. They create for the joy of creating. They love without holding back. They're present, spontaneous, alive, fully themselves. Then gradually, systematically, the programming begins. Don't cry. Sit still. Be quiet. Don't be so excited. That's not appropriate. What will people think? You can't make money doing that. Be realistic. Grow up. Each message is a small death to authenticity. Each instruction to be different than you naturally are is a brick in the wall that separates you from your true self. Not because parents or teachers or society are evil, but because they're unconsciously passing on the same programming they received, perpetuating the same disconnection from authenticity that's been passed down through generations. By the time most people reach adulthood, they're operating almost entirely from this conditioned self, this false identity constructed from other people's opinions, expectations, fears, and limitations. They've learned to suppress their real feelings, hide their true thoughts, abandon their authentic desires, and present a carefully curated version of themselves that they hope will be accepted, approved of, loved. But here's the tragic irony. This strategy backfires, because when you hide your true self and present a false self, even if people accept the false self, even if they love the false self, it doesn't satisfy you. You know deep down that they don't really see you. They don't really know you. They're relating to the mask, not the face beneath it. This is why many people feel lonely even in relationships, empty even when surrounded by people, unseen even when they're receiving attention. The real you isn't being seen because the real you isn't being shown. The journey back to your authentic self, the rediscovery of the inner temple, begins with awareness. You must first recognize that you've been operating from a false identity. You must see the masks you've been wearing, understand the roles you've been playing, acknowledge the ways you've abandoned yourself to gain approval or avoid rejection. This recognition can be painful. It often brings up grief for the years spent living inauthentically, anger at the people or systems that programmed you, fear about what happens if you stop being who you've been pretending to be. These emotions are valid. They're part of the process. But don't let them stop you. Feel them, honor them, and keep moving toward truth, toward authenticity, toward the real you that's been waiting beneath the surface all along. Here's something powerful. Your authentic self is already communicating with you. It speaks through what you're genuinely drawn to, what makes you feel alive, what lights you up, what you love doing, even when no one's watching or approving or paying you. It speaks through your body, through sensations of expansion when something is aligned and contraction when something isn't. It speaks through your emotions, through the joy that bubbles up when you're being real, and the deadness that settles in when you're being false. It speaks through your intuition, those quiet knowings that arise before your rational mind can construct logical reasons. Your authentic self has never stopped trying to guide you back home. You've just learned to override it, to ignore it, to explain it away, to choose what makes sense over what feels true. Solomon's wisdom included understanding that the greatest treasures are internal. His wealth, his wisdom, his power, these were reflections of his internal state, manifestations of his consciousness. But the source was always within. The temple, the kingdom, the treasure, these are all metaphors for the same thing: your true self, your authentic nature, your core essence, operating at its full power. When you're disconnected from this, when you're operating from a false identity, you're essentially trying to create from a depleted source. You're manifesting from limitation because you believe you're limited. You're attracting lack because you feel lack within yourself, not recognizing that the lack isn't real. It's just the natural result of being disconnected from your true nature, which is inherently abundant, inherently powerful, inherently whole. Let me share something that might challenge you. Your problems are not really problems. Your struggles are not really struggles. They're symptoms. They're signals. They're messages from your authentic self saying, this isn't aligned. This isn't true. This isn't you. Every time you feel resistance, every time something feels hard or forced or draining, it's not because you're not good enough or because life is against you. It's because you're trying to make something work from a false identity, trying to force a square peg into a round hole, attempting to create a life that matches who you think you should be rather than who you really are. And your authentic self, your true nature, it resists, not to sabotage you, but to redirect you, to pull you back toward truth, toward alignment, toward the path that's actually yours rather than the one you borrowed from someone else's expectations. When you reconnect with your authentic self, when you rediscover the inner temple, everything becomes easier. Not because your challenges disappear, but because you stop fighting yourself. You stop trying to be someone you're not. You stop attempting to want things you don't actually want. You stop chasing dreams that aren't really yours. And when you align with your true nature, when you create from your authentic self, you access a power you never had access to before. Because now, you're not divided. You're not at war with yourself. all of your energy is flowing in the same direction. Your conscious desires match your unconscious programming, because both are rooted in truth, in who you really are. This alignment creates what we might call integrity in its deepest sense. Not just moral goodness, though that often follows, but wholeness, integration, all parts of you working together instead of against each other. Your thoughts, emotions, words, and actions all pointing in the same direction, all broadcasting the same frequency. This is when manifestation becomes effortless. This is when synchronicities multiply. This is when doors open that you didn't even know existed. Not because the universe suddenly starts favoring you, but because you've stopped blocking your own flow. You've removed the resistance that was created by living inauthentically. You've aligned with the natural current of who you really are, and that current carries you forward with a power you could never generate through force or willpower alone. But here's what you need to understand. Reconnecting with your authentic self doesn't mean becoming selfish or irresponsible or abandoning all structure and commitment. It doesn't mean quitting your job and running away to find yourself on a mountaintop. It means bringing truth into wherever you are. It means starting to express what's real for you. It means making choices from your center rather than from fear or obligation. It means gradually, consistently, courageously removing the masks and showing up as you actually are. First in small ways, then in bigger ones, until authenticity becomes your natural state, rather than a courageous act. For some people, this process leads to external changes. They leave relationships that were based on false versions of themselves. They shift careers from what they thought they should do to what they're genuinely called to do. They move to different places. They create new lifestyles. For others, the external circumstances stay largely the same, but the internal experience transforms completely. They stay in the same job, but show up differently. They remain in the same relationship, but relate authentically instead of performing. They keep the same daily routine, but infuse it with presence and truth. There's no single right way to honor your authentic self. The key is that you're making choices from truth rather than from fear, from alignment rather than from conditioning, from your real nature rather than from borrowed identities. Your authentic self is not fragile. It doesn't need to be protected from the world. It doesn't require perfect conditions to emerge. It's actually the strongest, most resilient aspect of you, because it's rooted in truth, and truth has its own power. What's fragile is the false self, the constructed identity that requires constant maintenance, constant performance, constant vigilance to keep the mask in place. That's exhausting. That's why living inauthentically drains your energy, while living authentically energizes you even when you're doing challenging things. Truth creates energy. Falsehood depletes it. Alignment generates power. Division fragments it. Here's a practice that can help you reconnect with your authentic self. Get quiet. Turn your attention inward, beneath the noise of your thoughts, beneath the familiar patterns of your emotions, beneath the roles you play and the identities you've assumed. There's a presence, a stillness, an awareness that's just being, just existing, just observing. That's closer to your true nature. Not the thoughts, but the awareness that notices thoughts. Not the emotions, but the consciousness that experiences emotions. Not the body, but the aliveness that animates the body. This deeper dimension of yourself. This is the temple. This is what Solomon understood. This is what you're remembering. You're not your story. You're not your history. You're not your mistakes or your achievements. You're the consciousness that experiences all of this. The awareness that witnesses life happening. the presence that exists before thoughts arise and after thoughts dissolve. When you touch this place, even briefly, even imperfectly, something shifts. You remember that you're more than your circumstances. You recognize that you're not defined by your past or limited by your conditioning. You sense the vastness within you, the unlimited potential, the infinite possibilities. And from this place, from this deeper truth, you can start to create differently. You can make choices that align with your authentic nature rather than your programmed responses. You can express what's real rather than what's acceptable. You can pursue what genuinely calls to you rather than what you think will impress others. You can be who you actually are rather than who you've been pretending to be. This doesn't happen all at once. The layers of false identity were built up over years, sometimes decades. They won't all dissolve overnight, but every moment of authenticity, every choice from truth, every expression of your real self, these create cracks in the false structure. They let light through. They remember you home, and gradually, progressively, powerfully, the false self loses its grip. The masks become uncomfortable to wear. The performances feel too tiring to maintain. The real you starts to emerge, not as something you create, but as something you allow, something you uncover, something you remember has always been there. Solomon's temple had a holy of holies, an inner chamber where the divine presence dwelt, where only the high priest could enter, and only once a year. This is symbolic of your deepest self, your true nature, the core of your being that's always been sacred, always been whole, always been untouched by the world's programming. But here's the revolutionary truth. You don't need to be a high priest to access this. You don't need special permission or rare occasions. You can enter this inner sanctuary anytime. You have direct access to your authentic self in every moment. You just need to remember to look within instead of constantly seeking outside yourself for validation, approval, answers, worth, completeness. Everything you've been seeking externally exists internally. The love you crave, the acceptance you desire, the peace you long for, the power you need, it's all already there, in the temple within, waiting for you to come home, to stop wandering in the wilderness of false identities and return to the truth of who you really are. Here's what happens when you start living from your authentic self. Your energy changes, your frequency shifts, and because you're no longer broadcasting the mixed signals of a divided self, because you're no longer at war with yourself, trying to be someone you're not, while secretly knowing you're pretending, your signal becomes clear. It becomes strong. It becomes coherent. And the universe responds to coherent signals with powerful manifestations. Not because you're trying harder or doing more, but because you've stopped blocking your own flow. You've aligned with truth, and truth has its own momentum, its own power, its own magnetism. People will notice this change in you. Some will be drawn to your authenticity, inspired by your courage to be real, liberated by your permission to be themselves. Others will be threatened by it, uncomfortable with your realness because it highlights their own inauthenticity, critical of your choices because they lack the courage to make their own. This is normal. This is expected. Not everyone will celebrate your awakening. Some people are invested in you staying small, staying safe, staying the version of you that made them comfortable. Let them be uncomfortable. Let them judge. Let them criticize. Your job is not to make others comfortable with your authenticity. Your job is to be authentic and let others deal with their reactions. You're not responsible for how people respond to your truth. You're only responsible for living it. The treasure Solomon accumulated, the wisdom he possessed, the kingdom he ruled, these were all external reflections of an internal reality. He had found the inner temple. He had connected to his authentic self. He had accessed the power that exists at the core of every human being, but that most people never tap into because they're too busy performing, too distracted by external seeking, too disconnected from the truth of who they really are. You have access to this same power, not because you're special or chosen or more spiritual than others, because you're willing to do what most people won't do. Stop pretending. Stop performing. Stop seeking approval for false versions of yourself. Start honoring truth. Start expressing authenticity. Start living from your core instead of from your conditioning. This is not a journey you take once and you're done. It's an ongoing practice, a continuous choice, a daily commitment to truth over comfort, to authenticity over approval, to your real self over your conditioned self. Some days will be easier than others. Some moments you'll forget and slip back into old patterns. That's okay. That's human. The practice is not perfection. The practice is awareness, recognition, course correction. Every time you notice you're being false and choose to return to truth, you strengthen the pathway home. Every time you express something real instead of something safe, you weaken the false identity's grip. Every time you make a choice from your authentic self, rather than from fear or obligation, you build the kingdom that Solomon spoke of, not an external kingdom of power and wealth, though these may come, but the internal kingdom of peace, power, joy, and wholeness that comes from living aligned with your true nature. Tonight, as you drift into sleep, let this truth settle deep into your consciousness. You are not who you've been pretending to be. You are not defined by your past, or your conditioning, or others' opinions. You are vast. You are powerful. You are whole. You are the temple. The kingdom is within you. The treasure is within you. The wisdom is within you. Everything you've been seeking outside yourself exists inside yourself. You don't need to become something you're not. You need to remember something you are. You don't need to build yourself up. You need to strip away what isn't real. You don't need to search for yourself. You need to stop hiding yourself. The authentic you is here. It's always been here. It's time to come home. It's time to remove the masks. It's time to enter the inner temple and remember the truth that transforms everything. You are already whole. You are already enough. You are already the magnificent expression of consciousness that you came here to be. Stop trying to be someone else. Start being you. The real you, the authentic you. The you that's been waiting in the temple all along, ready to emerge, ready to create, ready to live the life that's actually yours. Welcome home. The temple is open. You are remembered. You are real. You are ready. Chapter 5. The wisdom of choices. Every single moment of your life, you are choosing. Most people don't realize this. They think life is happening to them, that circumstances are determining their experience, that they're victims of fate or luck, or other people's decisions. But the truth, the liberating and terrifying truth, is that you are always choosing. Even when you think you have no choice, you're choosing. You're choosing how to interpret what's happening. You're choosing what meaning to assign to events. You're choosing what to focus on. You're choosing your emotional response. You're choosing whether to stay or go, to speak or remain silent, to act or wait. Every moment is a choice point. Every decision is a vote for the reality you're creating. And the quality of your life, the experiences you have, the circumstances you manifest, all of it comes down to the quality of your choices. Not just the big obvious decisions, but the thousands of small, seemingly insignificant choices you make every single day. Who you are right now, the life you're living right now, the reality you're experiencing right now. It's all the cumulative result of every choice you've ever made. And who you'll be tomorrow, the life you'll live next year, the reality you'll experience in the future. It's all being determined by the choices you're making today, right now, in this very moment. Solomon was famous for his wisdom, and wisdom, at its core, is the ability to make good choices. It's discernment. It's seeing clearly. It's understanding consequences before they manifest. It's recognizing that every choice has a direction, a trajectory, a destination it's leading you toward. When two women came before Solomon, both claiming to be the mother of the same baby, he didn't just pick one randomly. He didn't just go with his gut feeling. He created a situation that would reveal the truth, that would show him which woman was operating from real love and which was operating from ego. He offered to cut the baby in half, knowing that the real mother would rather lose her child than see it harmed. This is wisdom. This is the ability to see beneath the surface, to understand human nature, to make choices based on deep truth rather than shallow appearances. And this same wisdom, this same capacity for discernment, exists within you. It's been there all along. You've just learned to override it, to ignore it, to let other factors crowd out the quiet voice of wisdom that knows, that sees, that understands which choices lead to life and which lead to death, which decisions align with your highest good and which take you further from it. Here's something most people never consider. You think you're making random choices, different decisions each day, trying new things, being spontaneous, but the reality is that about 95% of your choices are habitual. They're automatic. They're programmed responses running from your subconscious mind without your conscious awareness or input. You wake up at the same time, follow the same routine, think the same thoughts, feel the same emotions, interact with people in the same patterns, react to challenges with the same strategies, make the same types of decisions you've always made, and then you wonder why your life doesn't change. You're choosing the same things over and over, getting the same results over and over, and somehow expecting a different outcome. This is not creativity. This is not living. This is existing on autopilot, running programs that were installed years ago, making choices from conditioning rather than from consciousness, from past rather than from presence, from limitation rather than from possibility. The first step in developing Solomon's wisdom, in cultivating the ability to make choices that actually serve you, is to wake up to the fact that you're choosing, to recognize that in every moment you have options, even when it feels like you don't, even when it seems like circumstances are forcing your hand. You have choice. You might not like the options. You might wish you had different options, but options exist. And the moment you recognize this, the moment you stop pretending you're powerless and admit that you're constantly choosing, everything shifts. Because now you can choose consciously instead of unconsciously. Now you can evaluate your choices instead of just defaulting to habits. Now you can ask yourself the most important question you could ever ask before making any decision. Is this choice aligned with who I'm becoming, or is it keeping me stuck in who I've been? Let me tell you about a woman named Jennifer. She came to me frustrated, feeling stuck in her life, hated her job but stayed because it paid well, wasn't happy in her relationship but stayed because she'd invested so many years, lived in a city she didn't like, but stayed because her family was there. She felt trapped, powerless, like life was happening to her, and she had no say in any of it. But as we talked, as we explored each area of her life, something became clear. She wasn't trapped. She was choosing. She was choosing financial security over fulfillment. She was choosing comfort and familiarity over the courage to change. She was choosing to avoid her family's disappointment over honoring her own truth. These weren't wrong choices, necessarily, but they were choices. And the moment she recognized this, the moment she stopped seeing herself as a victim and started seeing herself as the decision-maker, the energy shifted. She didn't immediately quit her job or leave her relationship or move to a new city, but she stopped feeling powerless. She recognized that she could choose differently if she was willing to deal with the consequences. And that recognition, that simple shift from "I have no choice" to "I'm choosing this for now, and I could choose differently," that was the beginning of her transformation. Within 6 months, she had found work that paid slightly less, but fulfilled her immensely. Within a year, she had honest conversations with her partner that transformed their relationship. Within 2 years, she had created a life she actually wanted, instead of one she was just tolerating. What changed? Not her circumstances first. Her awareness changed first. She woke up to her power to choose. And once you wake up to this power, you can never go back to sleep. You can never again pretend you're a victim. You know too much. You've seen the truth. You recognize that every experience in your life, every circumstance, every relationship, every situation, it all exists because of choices you've made, directly or indirectly, consciously or unconsciously. And if you don't like what you've created, you can make different choices, not someday, not when conditions are perfect, not when you have more information or more courage or more support. Now, in this moment, you can choose differently right now. But here's where wisdom comes in. Just because you can make a choice doesn't mean you should make that choice right now in this way. Wisdom is knowing the difference between a choice that comes from clarity and a choice that comes from reaction, between a decision rooted in truth and a decision rooted in fear, between a move that serves your highest good and a move that just provides temporary relief from discomfort. Solomon's wisdom included patience. It included timing. It included understanding that sometimes the wise choice is to wait, to gather more information, to let things develop, to sit with uncertainty without rushing to resolve it. Modern culture trains you to make fast decisions, to act immediately, to resolve discomfort as quickly as possible. But wisdom often moves more slowly. It observes, it considers, it feels into the situation from multiple angles. It checks in with intuition, with body wisdom, with the quiet knowing that exists beneath the noise of urgent thoughts and anxious emotions. Your body knows. It always knows.
Before your mind can construct logical reasons, before you can articulate why, your body responds to choices that are aligned or misaligned with your truth. You've felt this. When something is right, even if it's scary, even if it's unfamiliar, there's an expansion in your chest, an opening, a sense of yes that exists beyond words.
When something is wrong, even if it looks good on paper, even if everyone else thinks it's a great idea, there's a contraction, a tightening, a sense of no that you might try to rationalize away, but that persists nonetheless. Solomon knew to consult this wisdom, this body intelligence, this somatic truth that exists prior to mental analysis. He understood that wisdom isn't just intellectual. It's not just about being smart or informed. It's about being connected, integrated, aligned with the deeper intelligence that flows through you, when you're not forcing, not controlling, not trying to manipulate outcomes through mental effort alone. Here's a powerful practice. Before making any significant decision, get quiet. Turn your attention inward. Feel into your body. Notice what happens when you imagine choosing option A. Does your body relax or tense? Does your breathing deepen or become shallow? Does energy rise or fall? Then imagine choosing option B. Notice the same things. Your body will tell you which choice is aligned if you learn to listen to it, if you trust its intelligence, if you stop overriding its wisdom with mental justifications and fears about what others will think. This doesn't mean you always do what's comfortable. Sometimes the aligned choice feels scary because it requires growth, change, courage. But there's a difference between the fear that comes from growth and the contraction that comes from misalignment. Growth fear is accompanied by excitement, by aliveness, by a sense of expansion beneath the nervousness. Misalignment contraction is deadness, heaviness, a sense of closing down. Learn to feel the difference. Develop your discernment. Trust your body's wisdom. Now let's talk about how choices accumulate. Every decision you make is like placing a stone in a particular direction. One stone doesn't create a path. But place enough stones in the same direction, make enough choices aligned with a particular outcome, and suddenly you've built a road. You've created momentum. You've established a trajectory. This is why small choices matter just as much as big ones. Actually, they matter more because you make far more small choices than big ones, and it's the accumulation of small, consistent choices that determines the direction of your life. Choosing to hit snooze instead of getting up when your alarm rings seems insignificant, but you're training yourself in that moment to ignore your commitments, to prioritize comfort over discipline, to let your immediate feelings override your larger intentions. Do that every day for a year, and you've made thousands of small choices that have programmed you to be someone who doesn't follow through, someone who lets feelings dictate actions, someone who stays comfortable instead of growing. Conversely, choosing to get up when you said you would, even when you don't feel like it, trains you in integrity, in self-trust, in the ability to do what you committed to, regardless of how you feel in the moment. Do that every day, and you become someone who keeps promises to yourself, someone who has the discipline to pursue goals, someone who doesn't need to feel motivated to take aligned action. Solomon understood that wisdom is cultivated through choices, not granted by the heavens. Yes, the biblical story says God granted him wisdom, but here's the deeper truth beneath the myth. Solomon chose to value wisdom above all else. When given the choice of what he wanted, he didn't ask for long life or wealth or power over his enemies. He asked for wisdom, for discernment, for the ability to judge rightly. This choice, this prioritization of wisdom over all other things, this is what made him wise. Because wisdom is developed by valuing it, by choosing it, by prioritizing long-term flourishing over short-term gratification, by making decisions based on truth rather than on fear or desire or ego. You can develop this same wisdom. You can cultivate Solomon's discernment, not by asking God to give it to you, though prayer and intention certainly help, but by choosing it, by valuing it, by making it more important than being comfortable, being right, being approved of by others, by choosing truth over convenience, by choosing growth over safety, by choosing alignment over approval. Every choice is also a declaration of identity. It's a statement about who you are. When you choose to complain, you're declaring, I am someone who focuses on problems. When you choose gratitude, you're declaring, I am someone who recognizes blessings. When you choose to react defensively, you're declaring, I am someone who feels threatened and unsafe. When you choose to respond thoughtfully, you're declaring, I am someone who is centered and secure. Most people don't think about choices this way. They think choices just determine outcomes. Do this, get that. But choices do something far more profound. They shape identity. They reinforce or transform who you believe yourself to be. And your identity, your self-concept, your sense of who you are. This is what determines your frequency, your vibration, your energetic broadcast into the quantum field. This is what attracts experiences that match. So when you make choices aligned with who you're becoming, rather than who you've been, you're not just changing your actions. You're literally transforming your identity. You're becoming someone new. And when you become someone new, your reality must change to match, because the universe always reflects back who you're being, not who you're wishing to be or pretending to be, but who you're actually being as demonstrated by your choices. Let's go deeper into the concept of conscious versus unconscious choice. An unconscious choice is a reaction. Something happens, and you respond based on conditioning, on habit, on programming. Someone criticizes you, and you defend yourself. Someone offers you food, and you eat it even though you're not hungry. Something challenges you, and you retreat into familiar coping mechanisms. These aren't really choices in the truest sense. They're automatic responses. They're patterns running without conscious input. A conscious choice is different. It includes a pause. It includes awareness. It includes the recognition that you're at a choice point, and you can choose differently than your conditioning would have you choose. Someone criticizes you, and instead of immediately defending, you pause. You notice the impulse to defend. You feel the emotion that's arising, and then you choose, consciously, intentionally, how to respond. Maybe you defend. Maybe you thank them for the feedback. Maybe you say nothing. The specific choice matters less than the fact that it's conscious, that it comes from awareness rather than from automatic programming. This pause, this space between stimulus and response, this is where your power lives. Viktor Frankl, who survived Nazi concentration camps, said, between stimulus and response, there is a space. In that space is our power to choose our response. In our response lies our growth and our freedom. Solomon knew this. Every wise person throughout history has known this. The ability to pause, to create space, to respond rather than react. This is fundamental to wisdom, to conscious living, to creating your reality intentionally, rather than just defaulting to programming. And you can develop this ability. You can expand the space between what happens and how you respond, not by forcing or controlling, but by practicing awareness, by catching yourself in automatic patterns, by recognizing choice points and making different choices than you've habitually made. Here's something that will transform your relationship with choice. Stop making decisions to avoid pain, and start making decisions to move toward joy, toward alignment, toward your highest vision for yourself. Most people make choices from fear. They choose the job that pays well instead of the work that fulfills them because they're afraid of financial insecurity. They stay in relationships that drain them because they're afraid of being alone. They live small lives because they're afraid of judgment, failure, disappointment. These fear-based choices might protect you from certain painful experiences, but they guarantee a different kind of pain. The pain of not living fully, of not expressing your potential, of reaching the end of your life. with a long list of regrets about risks you didn't take and dreams you didn't pursue. Solomon's wisdom included understanding that the greatest risk is not taking risks, that the deepest pain comes not from trying and failing, but from never trying at all, from letting fear make your choices while your authentic self watches from the sidelines, unexpressed, unfulfilled, unrealized. What if you made choices based on expansion instead of contraction, based on possibility instead of limitation, based on who you're becoming instead of who you've been? What if you chose the thing that scares you a little, but excites you a lot? What if you chose the path that makes you come alive, even if it's not the sensible path or the safe path or the path everyone else thinks you should take? This doesn't mean being reckless or irresponsible. It means trusting yourself, trusting life, trusting that you have the resources to handle whatever comes as a result of your choices. It means recognizing that you've survived every challenge you've ever faced, that you're stronger than you think, that you're more capable than you believe, that you can handle discomfort and uncertainty and change far better than your fear would have you believe. Solomon made a choice that most people would consider insane. He asked for wisdom instead of wealth. In a world where power and riches were the measures of success, he chose something intangible, something that couldn't be seen or measured or counted. And yet, because he chose wisdom, because he developed discernment, because he learned to make choices aligned with truth and principle and long-term flourishing, the wealth and power came anyway, not as the goal, but as the natural byproduct of wise living, of good choices, of alignment with principles that govern prosperity. This is the paradox. When you chase money, it eludes you. When you chase wisdom and make choices aligned with wisdom, money flows naturally. When you chase approval, people sense the desperation and pull away. When you choose authenticity and make decisions aligned with your truth, the right people are drawn to you. When you chase happiness, it remains just out of reach. When you make choices aligned with your values and your purpose, happiness arises spontaneously as the natural state of a life well lived. Every choice is also about energy. You have a finite amount of energy each day, and every commitment, every relationship, every activity, every thought pattern. These all require energy. When you make choices that aren't aligned with your truth, that don't serve your highest good, that keep you stuck in patterns you've outgrown, you're investing your precious energy in directions that don't give you returns. It's like planting seeds in concrete and wondering why nothing grows. Wisdom includes recognizing which investments of energy are fruitful and which are futile. It includes having the courage to stop watering dead plants, to end relationships that have run their course, to quit projects that aren't working, to release commitments that no longer align with who you're becoming. This isn't about giving up or being disloyal. It's about being a good steward of your energy, recognizing that every yes to something that doesn't serve you is a no to something that could. That every hour spent in misalignment is an hour not spent in alignment. That every day you tolerate what depletes you is a day you're not available for what energizes you. Solomon had to make thousands of judgments as king. He couldn't say yes to everything. He had to prioritize, delegate, decline, discern what required his attention and what didn't. You face the same challenge, though maybe not on the scale of ruling a kingdom. You're constantly being asked to give your time, your energy, your attention, your resources. And if you say yes to everything, if you try to please everyone, If you can't set boundaries or make difficult choices about where to invest yourself, you'll end up depleted, scattered, effective at nothing because you're attempting everything. Wisdom includes knowing your limits, honoring your capacity, making choices that protect your energy so you can invest it where it matters most, where it aligns with your purpose, where it serves your highest calling. This requires disappointing people sometimes. It requires saying no. It requires letting others think you're selfish or difficult or not a team player. But their opinion of your choices is their responsibility, not yours. Your responsibility is to make choices that honor your truth, that serve your highest good, that align with the life you're here to create. Here's a question that can guide every choice you make. Will this choice expand me or contract me? Expansion is growth, possibility, aliveness, movement toward your potential. Contraction is limitation, fear, deadness, retreat from your potential. Some choices feel hard but expand you. They require courage. They push you beyond your comfort zone. They ask you to grow. These are usually the choices you need to make. Other choices feel safe, but contract you. They keep you small, they let you hide, they allow you to avoid the discomfort of growth. These are usually the choices you need to question. Not every uncomfortable choice is expansive, and not every comfortable choice is contractive. Wisdom is discerning the difference, learning to recognize whether discomfort is pointing you toward growth or away from alignment, learning to sense whether comfort is genuine ease that comes from being in flow or false security that comes from avoiding necessary change. Your life, right now, is the result of approximately 10,000 choices you made in the last year. 10,000 opportunities to choose alignment or misalignment, consciousness or unconsciousness, growth or stagnation, truth or comfort. Some of those choices were significant. Most were small. But they all mattered. They all contributed to creating the reality you're experiencing right now. And here's the empowering truth. You get 10,000 more chances this year. 10,000 new opportunities to choose differently, to choose more wisely, to choose more consciously, to choose more aligned with who you're becoming, rather than who you've been. You don't need to get every choice right. You can't. You'll make mistakes. You'll choose poorly sometimes. You'll let fear win. You'll default to old patterns. That's part of being human. But every choice is also an opportunity to course correct, to choose again, to return to alignment. You're never stuck with a choice you made. You can always choose differently in the next moment. Tonight, as your conscious mind relaxes and your subconscious becomes receptive, let this truth integrate deeply. You are always choosing, and your choices are creating your reality. And you can choose differently starting right now. You don't need permission to make new choices. You don't need perfect conditions. You don't need to know how everything will work out. You just need to start choosing from consciousness instead of from conditioning, from truth instead of from fear, from who you're becoming instead of from who you've been. Every choice is a vote for a particular reality. Every decision is a declaration of identity. Every moment is an opportunity to choose alignment over comfort, growth over safety, possibility over limitation. Solomon's wisdom is available to you, not as something you acquire, but as something you cultivate, through the consistent practice of conscious choice, through the development of discernment, through the willingness to pause and feel and listen before responding, through the courage to make choices that honor your truth, even when they disappoint others or challenge your familiar patterns. You have everything you need to make wise choices. The wisdom is already within you. Trust it. Listen to it. Follow it, and watch as your life transforms, one conscious choice at a time, into the magnificent expression of your highest potential that you came here to create. Chapter 6. The Secret of Elevated Emotions. Thoughts alone will never create your reality. This is the missing piece that most people never understand. The secret that keeps manifestation elusive despite all their visualizing and affirming and vision boarding. You can think about abundance all day long. You can recite affirmations for hours. You can create the most beautiful vision board ever made. And none of it will manifest if you don't feel it. Because feeling is the language the universe speaks. Emotion is the magnetic force that draws experiences toward you. Your thoughts are the blueprint, but your emotions are the builder. They're the creative power that takes the invisible and makes it visible, that takes the potential and makes it actual, that takes the imagined and makes it real. Solomon understood this deeply. He knew that wisdom without feeling was just intellectual knowledge, powerless to transform anything. He knew that vision without emotion was just fantasy, incapable of manifesting. He knew that the true secret, the key that unlocks everything, is learning to generate and sustain what we might call elevated emotions, feelings that lift you above your ordinary state, that tune you to frequencies beyond your conditioned patterns, that align you with the reality you desire before it manifests physically. Let me be very clear about what emotions actually are. They're not just feelings that happen to you, random reactions to circumstances, things you have no control over. Emotions are energy in motion. That's literally what the word means. Energy in motion. They're electromagnetic signatures that your body generates, frequencies that broadcast from your heart and radiate out into the field around you. And here's what's revolutionary, what changes everything once you truly grasp it. You don't need a reason from your external circumstances to feel an elevated emotion. You can generate the emotion first, before the circumstance exists. You can feel grateful before you have what you're grateful for. You can feel abundant before money shows up. You can feel loved before the relationship manifests. And when you do this, when you genuinely generate the emotion independent of circumstances, you create a magnetic field that draws the matching circumstances to you. This is not wishful thinking. This is not positive psychology, feel-good nonsense. This is measurable science. Your heart generates an electromagnetic field that extends several feet beyond your body. When you feel elevated emotions like gratitude, joy, love, peace, this field becomes coherent, organized, powerful, and this coherent field literally influences the quantum field of possibilities around you, collapsing potential realities into actual experiences that match your emotional frequency. Most people have this completely backwards. They're waiting for circumstances to change so they can feel better. I'll feel abundant when I have money. I'll feel confident when I achieve success. I'll feel loved when I find the right person. I'll feel peaceful when my problems are solved. But the universe doesn't work that way. The universe responds to your current frequency, not your desired frequency. It mirrors back what you're broadcasting now, not what you hope to broadcast someday. So if you're waiting to feel abundant until you have money, you're broadcasting lack, and you'll keep experiencing lack. If you're waiting to feel confident until you succeed, you're broadcasting insecurity, and success will elude you. If you're waiting for the perfect person to make you feel loved, you're broadcasting unworthiness, and you'll attract relationships that confirm it. You must feel the emotion first. You must generate the frequency first. You must become the energetic match to what you desire before what you desire can manifest. This is the law. This is how creation works. And once you understand this, once you really get it, everything changes because you stop being a victim waiting for circumstances to give you permission to feel good. And you become a creator who chooses to feel good now, knowing that the circumstances must follow. There was a man named Robert who came to me after years of financial struggle. He had tried everything: budgeting, side hustles, investment strategies, manifestation techniques. Nothing worked. Money would come in and immediately disappear. He was exhausted, frustrated, convinced something was fundamentally wrong with him. But when we explored his emotional state, we found the problem immediately. Every day he woke up feeling anxious about money. He checked his bank account first thing each morning, and the number triggered worry. Throughout the day he felt stress about bills, fear about the future, resentment about his situation. He went to bed each night feeling defeated, like he was failing at life. And what he didn't realize, what nobody had ever taught him, was that these emotions were his creative power. He was generating a powerful electromagnetic field of lack, scarcity, worry, fear. And the universe, always accurate, was giving him more reasons to feel lack, scarcity, worry, fear. He was creating his financial struggle through his emotional state, not through his circumstances. When I taught Robert to shift his emotions first, to practice feeling abundant before evidence appeared, to generate gratitude for what he did have instead of worry about what he didn't, everything changed. Not overnight, not magically, but progressively and undeniably. Within 3 months, he got an unexpected promotion. Within 6 months, money started flowing from sources he hadn't anticipated. Within a year, his financial situation was completely transformed. What changed? His circumstances didn't change first. His emotional frequency changed first. He stopped broadcasting lack and started broadcasting abundance. And the universe, following its immutable laws, responded with experiences that matched his new frequency. Let's go deeper into what elevated emotions actually are. They're not just feeling good or being positive. They're specific frequencies that transcend your survival-based, stress-based, limitation-based emotional patterns. Survival emotions are fear, anger, worry, guilt, shame, unworthiness. These are low-frequency emotions that contract your energy, close your heart, narrow your perception, put you in fight-or-flight mode. They were useful for actual survival threats, but most modern humans live in these emotional states chronically, even though they're not in actual danger. They're stressed about their job, anxious about their finances, worried about their health, afraid of rejection, guilty about their past, ashamed of their perceived inadequacies. And these emotions create a specific electromagnetic signature, a frequency that attracts more experiences to feel stressed, anxious, worried, afraid, guilty, ashamed about. It's a self-perpetuating cycle. The emotion creates the experience reinforces the emotion, around and around, until you consciously interrupt the pattern. Elevated emotions are different. Gratitude, joy, love, peace, compassion, inspiration, empowerment, freedom, wholeness. These are high-frequency emotions that expand your energy, open your heart, broaden your perception, activate your creativity. When you feel these emotions, your body shifts out of survival mode and into creation mode. Your immune system strengthens. Your heart rate becomes coherent. Your brain waves shift into states associated with insight and inspiration. Your electromagnetic field becomes organized and powerful. And this coherent, powerful field broadcasts a signal into the quantum realm that attracts experiences matching these elevated frequencies. This is why grateful people tend to have more to be grateful for. Why joyful people attract joyful circumstances. Why loving people find love wherever they go. Not because they're lucky, but because their emotional frequency is creating their reality. Here's what Solomon understood that most people miss. You cannot serve two masters. You cannot broadcast two different frequencies simultaneously and expect coherent results. If you're visualizing abundance while feeling poor, the feeling wins. If you're affirming confidence while feeling insecure, the feeling wins. If you're declaring health while feeling sick and scared, the feeling wins. Always. Every time. Because emotion is stronger than thought. Feeling is more powerful than thinking. Your heart's electromagnetic field is 60 times stronger than your brain's. The magnetic component of your heart's field is about 5,000 times stronger than your brain's. This means that what you feel has far more creative power than what you think. This is why affirmations often fail. People are thinking positive thoughts while feeling negative emotions, and the emotions are broadcasting the dominant signal. The universe doesn't hear your words. It doesn't read your mind. It responds to your frequency, your vibration, your emotional state. So how do you generate elevated emotions independent of circumstances? How do you feel abundant when your bank account is empty? How do you feel confident when you keep failing? How do you feel loved when you're alone? This is the practice, the skill, the art that must be developed. It starts with understanding that emotions are not just reactions. They can also be choices. You can choose, right now, to shift your emotional state, not by forcing or faking, but by directing your attention toward things that naturally evoke the emotion you want to feel. If you want to feel grateful, you can find something right now to feel grateful for. Your breath, your heartbeat, the fact that you're alive and aware and capable of growth. If you want to feel abundant, you can feel into the abundance that already exists in your life. The abundance of air to breathe, the abundance of ideas in your mind, the abundance of possibilities available to you. If you want to feel loved, you can generate love within yourself, direct it toward yourself. Recognize that you don't need to receive love from outside to feel love inside. This is not about denying your current reality or pretending problems don't exist. It's about choosing where to place your attention, which in turn determines what emotion you generate, which determines what frequency you broadcast, which determines what you attract. You can acknowledge that your bank account is low while simultaneously feeling grateful for what you do have. You can recognize that you haven't achieved your goals yet while simultaneously feeling excited about the journey. You can be single while simultaneously feeling complete and whole within yourself. These aren't contradictions. They're the practice of conscious creation. They're the discipline of choosing your emotional state instead of letting circumstances dictate it. Solomon generated elevated emotions through appreciation, through recognizing the magnificence of creation, through connecting with something larger than himself, through wisdom practices that opened his heart and expanded his consciousness. You can do the same through meditation, through time in nature, through music that moves you, through activities that bring you genuine joy, through service to others, through prayer or spiritual practice, through anything that shifts you out of survival emotions and into elevated states. The specific practice matters less than the consistency. You must practice this daily, multiple times daily, because your old emotional patterns are strong. They've been reinforced for years. maybe decades. They won't disappear just because you intellectually understand they're not serving you. You must actively, consciously, persistently choose new emotional states until they become your natural state, until elevated emotions become your baseline instead of your exception. Let me teach you something powerful about the present moment. The only time you can change your emotional state is right now. Not yesterday, not tomorrow, now, this moment. And every moment is a new opportunity to choose differently. You don't need to sustain an elevated emotion perfectly all day long. That's an unrealistic expectation that will just create more stress. But you can practice shifting in moments. When you notice you're in a low-frequency emotion, anxiety or worry or frustration, you can pause. You can take a breath. You can choose to redirect your attention toward something that feels better. Not to suppress the difficult emotion, but to consciously choose not to feed it, not to rehearse it, not to make it your home. This is the practice. This is how you gradually shift your baseline frequency. One conscious choice at a time. One intentional shift at a time. One moment of choosing elevation over limitation at a time. Your body doesn't know the difference between an actual experience and one you're vividly imagining with feeling. This is crucial. When you remember something wonderful from your past and fully feel the emotions associated with it, your body is generating the same chemicals, the same hormones, the same electromagnetic signature as when it actually happened. When you imagine something amazing in your future and genuinely feel the emotions of that experience, your body is creating the same internal state as if it's happening now. This means you can use your imagination combined with emotion to condition your body to a new emotional baseline. You can teach your body what abundance feels like by imagining having what you desire and feeling the emotions that would accompany it. You can train your body to feel confident by envisioning yourself succeeding and generating the feelings of confidence. You're not pretending. You're not faking it. You're rehearsing being the person who has what you desire. You're conditioning your biology to match your vision. You're tuning your frequency to the reality you're creating. But here's what's essential. The emotion must be genuine. You cannot trick the field. You cannot fool the universe. If you're trying to feel grateful while underneath you're resentful, the deeper emotion is what broadcasts. If you're attempting to feel abundant while your body is tight with anxiety about money, the anxiety is the dominant signal. This is why the practice must be authentic. You must find ways to genuinely shift your state, not just put on a happy face over uncomfortable feelings. This might mean starting smaller. If you can't genuinely feel abundant about your overall financial situation, can you feel abundant about something specific? If you can't feel confident about everything, can you feel confident about one thing? Start where genuine emotion is accessible and build from there. Don't try to leap from despair to ecstasy in one jump. That's not how emotional reprogramming works. You shift gradually, progressively, choosing feelings that are authentically accessible to you, and then stretching slightly beyond your current comfort zone. Solomon spoke about the heart being the wellspring of life. Modern science now confirms this ancient wisdom. Your heart is not just a pump. It's an intelligence center. It has its own nervous system, about 40,000 neurons that can sense, feel, remember, and make decisions independent of your brain. Your heart generates an electromagnetic field that communicates with every cell in your body and extends into the space around you, affecting other people and even physical matter. When you feel elevated emotions, especially the emotion of gratitude, your heart creates a coherent rhythm. This coherence synchronizes your systems, bringing your heart, brain, and body into alignment. This alignment creates a powerful, unified signal that broadcasts into the quantum field with extraordinary creative power. This is why gratitude is so transformative. It's not just about being thankful. It's about creating physiological coherence that amplifies your manifestation power. Let me share something that might surprise you. You cannot be stressed and grateful simultaneously. Try it right now. Think of something that stresses you out and notice how it feels in your body. Now think of something you're genuinely grateful for and notice how that feels. Completely different, right? Stress and gratitude occupy different frequencies. When you choose gratitude, stress must dissolve. This means that in any moment, regardless of your circumstances, you have the power to shift your emotional state from contraction to expansion, from limitation to possibility, from survival to creation, simply by consciously choosing to focus on something you appreciate. This is not bypassing your problems. This is choosing not to give your creative power to problems. This is recognizing that you cannot solve problems from the same emotional frequency that created them. You must shift to a higher frequency first. Then solutions appear, opportunities emerge, resources show up. Not because the external world suddenly changed, but because you changed your frequency and started perceiving and attracting what was always there but invisible to you from your lower emotional state. The ancient texts speak of God creating from a place of joy, of speaking the world into existence with delight. This is not just mythology, it's instruction. Creation happens from elevated emotional states. When you're in survival emotions, fear-based emotions, limitation-based emotions, you cannot create anything new. You can only recreate what you've known. Repeat old patterns, manifest more of the same. But when you elevate your emotional state, when you choose joy or gratitude or love or peace, independent of circumstances, you open the creative channels. You access inspiration. You receive insights. You become a conduit for new possibilities to flow through you and into manifestation. This is why breakthrough ideas often come when you're relaxed, in the shower, taking a walk, in that twilight state before sleep. You've shifted out of survival mode. Your heart has opened, your frequency has elevated, and suddenly you can access information and inspiration that was blocked when you were stressed and contracted. Here's a practice that will transform your life if you commit to it. Every morning before you get out of bed, before you check your phone, before you engage with the world, spend 5 minutes generating an elevated emotion. Choose gratitude or joy or love or peace. Find something, anything, that allows you to genuinely feel this emotion. It might be appreciation for your bed, gratitude that you're alive, love for someone in your life, the peaceful feeling of your breath. It doesn't matter what the object of the emotion is. What matters is that you feel it genuinely and sustain it. Let it build. Let it fill your body. Let it radiate from your heart. This practice sets your frequency for the day. It programs your body to this elevated state. It broadcasts a clear signal that says, "This is who I am. This is how I'm showing up. This is the reality I'm tuning to." And as you do this consistently, day after day, it becomes easier. The elevated emotion becomes more accessible. Your baseline frequency begins to shift. You start attracting experiences that match this new frequency. Your life begins to transform, not through force or struggle, but through alignment with the elevated emotions that create elevated realities. And at night, before you sleep, do the same practice. Review your day and find moments to feel grateful for. Even if it was a challenging day, especially if it was challenging, find something to appreciate. This practice accomplishes several things. It trains your brain to look for positives instead of defaulting to negatives. It generates an elevated emotional state as you enter sleep, which means your subconscious continues to marinate in that frequency while you rest. It reinforces the neural pathways of gratitude and appreciation, making these emotions more automatic, and it ends your day on a high frequency instead of replaying problems and worries, which would just program more problems and worries into your future experience. Solomon knew that the kingdom, the reality you experience, is not just created by thoughts, but by feelings, by the electromagnetic signature you're broadcasting every moment through your emotional state. He knew that wisdom includes emotional intelligence, the ability to recognize what you're feeling, understand why you're feeling it, and consciously choose to shift to emotions that serve your highest good. He knew that true power comes not from controlling external circumstances, but from mastering your internal state, from learning to generate elevated emotions independent of what's happening around you. This is freedom. This is sovereignty. This is the secret that transforms everything. Tonight, as you allow these words to integrate into your deepest consciousness, as your body relaxes and your subconscious opens, let this truth become part of your operating system. Feeling is the language of creation. Emotion is your magnetic power. You can choose elevated states regardless of circumstances, and when you do, you literally reprogram your biology, shift your frequency, and attract experiences that match your new emotional signature. You are not at the mercy of your emotions. You are the creator of your emotions. You are not waiting for circumstances to give you permission to feel good. You are choosing to feel elevated emotions now, and allowing circumstances to rearrange themselves to match. This is the secret Solomon knew. This is the power you possess. This is the practice that changes everything. Generate the feeling first. Feel it genuinely. Sustain it consistently. And watch as the universe responds with matching experiences, as your reality transforms to reflect your elevated emotional state, as you become living proof that feeling is not just reaction, but creation, that emotion is not just response, but command, that your heart is not just an organ pumping blood, but a powerful electromagnetic transmitter broadcasting your reality into existence, one feeling at a time. You have this power. You have always had this power. Now you know how to use it. Chapter 7. The Law of Sowing and Reaping Quantum. The universe is not judging you. It's not punishing you when things go wrong or rewarding you when things go right. It's not playing favorites. It's not testing you or withholding from you or waiting for you to prove yourself worthy. The universe is simply responding, mirroring, reflecting back to you the exact frequency you're broadcasting. This is the law that Solomon understood deeply, the principle that governs all of manifestation, what ancient texts call sowing and reaping, but what quantum physics now reveals as something far more immediate, far more personal, far more powerful than most people have ever imagined. You are always sowing. Every thought is a seed, every emotion is a seed, every word is a seed, every action is a seed. And the universe, this vast intelligent field of infinite potential, is the soil that receives your seeds and grows them into experiences, circumstances, relationships, opportunities, challenges. Whatever you plant, you harvest. Whatever you broadcast, you receive. Whatever you are, you attract. Not sometimes, not eventually, not when you've earned it, or deserved it, or proven yourself. Always, right now, in every moment. This is law. This is how reality works. And once you truly understand this, once you stop seeing yourself as a victim of circumstances and start recognizing yourself as the sower of your own garden, everything changes. Most people have been taught a religious interpretation of this law that makes it sound like punishment and reward, like God keeping score and deciding when you've been good enough to receive blessings or bad enough to receive suffering. But this misses the entire point. The universe is not moral. It's mechanical. It doesn't care about good or bad. It simply responds to frequency, to vibration, to the energetic signature you're broadcasting. If you broadcast lack, you receive lack. If you broadcast abundance, you receive abundance. If you broadcast fear, you attract fearful circumstances. If you broadcast love, you attract loving experiences. It's not personal. It's physics. It's the law of attraction functioning with perfect precision, giving you more of whatever you're being, whatever you're feeling, whatever you're emanating. And here's the part that most people struggle with. You're not being judged by what you say you want or what you consciously desire. You're being responded to based on your actual frequency, your true vibration, your real energetic state that's operating beneath your conscious awareness most of the time. Let me tell you about a woman named Diana. She couldn't understand why her relationships always ended the same way. Different partners, different circumstances, but always the same painful result: abandonment, betrayal, someone leaving when she thought everything was going well. She blamed bad luck, blamed men, blamed her circumstances. But when we explored her deeper patterns, we found the seeds she was unconsciously planting. Deep in her subconscious, installed in childhood when her father left, was a belief: people I love always leave. And this belief, this frequency, was broadcasting constantly, not in her conscious thoughts or words, but in her energy, in her vibration, in the subtle ways she related to partners. She was unconsciously pushing them away, while consciously trying to hold them close. She was planting seeds of abandonment, while hoping to harvest lasting love. And the universe, always accurate, always responsive, was giving her experiences that matched her dominant frequency, her true energetic state, not her conscious wishes. Once Diana recognized this pattern, once she saw the seeds she'd been planting unconsciously, she could start planting different ones. She couldn't just think different thoughts or say different affirmations. She had to heal the wound, transform the belief, shift the frequency at its source. She had to reprogram the subconscious pattern that was broadcasting "people leave" and install a new pattern that broadcast "I am worthy of lasting love." This took time. It took consistency. It took deep work. But within a year, she was in a relationship completely different from her old patterns, not because she found the perfect person, but because she became someone who broadcast a different frequency, who planted different seeds, who attracted experiences matching her new energetic state rather than her old wounds. This is what the law of sowing and reaping is really about. It's not about being punished for past mistakes. It's about understanding that your current reality is the harvest of seeds you planted earlier, and your future reality will be the harvest of seeds you're planting right now. If you don't like what you're harvesting, don't blame the universe. Look at what you've been planting. Look at your dominant thoughts. Look at your habitual emotions. Look at your consistent actions. Look at the frequency you've been broadcasting day after day, consciously or unconsciously. That's what's creating your harvest. And the moment you change what you're planting, the moment you shift your frequency, you change what you'll harvest. Not instantly in physical manifestation, because seeds take time to grow, but immediately in terms of what you're setting in motion, what you're calling into existence, what you're creating in the invisible realm before it becomes visible. Solomon understood timing. He knew that there's a season for planting and a season for harvesting. You don't plant a seed and expect fruit the next day. There's a gestation period, a time of invisible growth, a period where nothing seems to be happening, but everything is actually happening beneath the surface. Most people fail at manifestation not because the law isn't working, but because they plant seeds for a few days or weeks, and then give up when they don't see immediate results. They stop watering. They stop tending. They stop believing. And the seeds that were growing, that were right on the verge of breaking through the soil, never get the chance to mature because the sower quit too soon. This is tragic, because if they had just maintained the frequency a little longer, stayed consistent with planting positive seeds a little longer, believed in the invisible process a little longer, they would have seen the harvest, but they judged by appearances. They looked at their current circumstances and decided it wasn't working. They didn't understand that current circumstances are always the harvest of old seeds, past plantings, previous frequencies. They show you what you were being, not what you're becoming. Here's something crucial. You cannot harvest what you haven't planted. If you've spent years planting seeds of limitation, lack, fear, worry, complaint, victimhood, you cannot suddenly decide you want abundance and expect it to appear without first planting those seeds. You must plant abundance, consciousness. You must sow thoughts of possibility. You must emit frequencies of prosperity, and then you must give those seeds time to grow. Nurture them with consistent energy. Trust the invisible process, even when you can't yet see the results. This is where faith comes in. Not religious faith in an external deity, but faith in the law, trust in the process, confidence that if you plant apple seeds, you will get apples, not oranges. If you plant abundance consciousness, you will harvest abundant experiences. If you plant love, you will harvest love. The law is consistent. The law is reliable. The law doesn't fail. Only your consistency in applying it can fail. Let's talk about what seeds actually are in practical terms. A seed of thought is any repeated mental pattern. When you think the same thought over and over, you're planting it deeply. You're telling your subconscious, this is true, make this real, find evidence for this, create experiences that confirm this. If the thought is, I'm not good enough, and you think it hundreds of times a day for years, you've planted a forest of not good enough trees. Your reality will reflect this. You'll attract situations where you feel inadequate, people who diminish you, opportunities that somehow don't work out, not because you're cursed, but because you've planted those seeds so deeply, so consistently, that they must produce a harvest. The law doesn't discriminate between thoughts you want and thoughts you don't want. It just grows what you plant. So if you want to change your harvest, you must consciously, deliberately, persistently plant new thoughts. Thoughts of worthiness, thoughts of capability, thoughts of possibility, and you must plant them with the same consistency, the same repetition, the same conviction that you planted the old, limiting thoughts. A seed of emotion is any feeling you regularly experience. Your emotional state is constantly broadcasting into the field, constantly telling the universe, this is what I am, give me more of this. If you live in anxiety, you're planting and watering seeds of anxiety. You'll harvest anxious circumstances, things to worry about, situations that trigger stress. If you live in gratitude, you're planting seeds of appreciation. You'll harvest experiences to feel grateful for, blessings to acknowledge, abundance to recognize. This is why your emotional management is so critical. You're not just feeling emotions. You're planting your future reality. Every emotion sustained for more than a few moments is a seed going into the soil. What are you planting? What emotional seeds are you sowing throughout your day? Because whatever they are, you will harvest matching experiences. This is law. This is certain. This is how the universe operates. A seed of action is any behavior you consistently repeat. Your actions are the most powerful seeds because they're the physical expression of your consciousness, the tangible evidence of what you truly believe and value. You can think positive thoughts and feel good emotions, but if your actions contradict them, your actions reveal your true frequency. If you say you want abundance but you act from scarcity, hoarding, refusing to invest in yourself or give to others, your actions are planting scarcity seeds. If you say you want love, but you act from fear, keeping people at distance, refusing to be vulnerable, your actions are planting fear seeds. If you want health, but you consistently act in ways that harm your body, your actions are the seeds, and they will produce a harvest regardless of what you say you want. The universe responds to what you do, not what you claim. Your actions are your true prayers, your real affirmations, your authentic broadcasts. Solomon sowed generously. He gave freely. He invested in his kingdom. He shared his wisdom. And because he sowed abundance, he reaped abundance. Because he gave generously, he received generously. This is another aspect of the law that many people resist. They're afraid to give because they feel they don't have enough. But this very fear, this very withholding, is planting more scarcity. You cannot reap what you're not willing to sow. If you want to receive love, you must give love. If you want to receive abundance, you must circulate abundance, even if it's small amounts, even if you feel you can barely afford it. The act of giving, the energy of circulation, plants seeds of abundance consciousness. It tells your subconscious and the universe, I have enough to give, I trust in supply, I know more is coming. And this frequency attracts more, not because giving itself magically creates receiving, but because giving shifts your frequency from scarcity to abundance, from fear to trust, from holding back to flowing. And it's this shifted frequency that attracts abundant experiences. But here's what you must understand. You cannot manipulate the law. You cannot give in order to receive and expect it to work. The universe reads your true intention, your real frequency. If you're giving from a place of fear or obligation or strategic manipulation, that's what you're planting. If you're giving from genuine overflow, from authentic generosity, from true abundance consciousness, that's what you're planting. The external action might look the same, but the internal frequency is completely different, and it's the frequency that determines the harvest. This is why some people can give and never receive. They're giving from depletion, from obligation, from a subtle expectation of return. This plants resentment, not abundance. Real generosity comes from fullness, from joy, from a sense of having more than enough. And this frequency, this energy, this is what creates the harvest of receiving. Let's talk about the time lag between planting and harvesting. In the physical world, this is obvious. You plant a seed today and harvest fruit months or years later, depending on what you planted. In the energetic realm, in the quantum field, the lag is shorter, but it still exists. This is actually a blessing, though it often doesn't feel like it. The time lag gives you the opportunity to change what you're planting before you harvest what you planted in ignorance. Imagine if every thought manifested instantly. Every moment of anger would create disaster. Every flash of fear would produce catastrophe. Every negative thought would immediately become negative reality. You would be trapped in chaos, at the mercy of every passing mental and emotional state. The time lag protects you. It gives you space to learn, to grow, to change your patterns before they fully manifest. But it also requires patience. It requires trust. It requires continuing to plant new seeds, even when you're still harvesting the results of old seeds. This is where most people give up. They start planting positive seeds, abundance consciousness, elevated emotions, empowered actions. But their current reality is still reflecting old plantings. They're still experiencing the harvest of limitation, lack, struggle, and they look at this current harvest and decide the new planting isn't working. They go back to old patterns. They return to fear and doubt and limitation, and the positive seeds they planted, the new frequency they were establishing. These never get the chance to produce a harvest because they weren't given enough time, enough consistency, enough unwavering faith to break through into manifestation. Solomon's wisdom included understanding that you must persist. You must keep planting good seeds, even when the harvest hasn't appeared yet. You must maintain the new frequency, even while experiencing the results of the old frequency. You must trust the invisible process, even when the visible reality hasn't caught up yet. Here's a powerful truth. Every moment is a fresh opportunity to plant new seeds. You're not stuck with the garden you've created. You can start planting differently right now, this very moment. Yes, you'll still harvest what you already planted. Those seeds are already growing. But you can start planting new ones immediately. And the more consistently you plant these new seeds, the more you'll crowd out the old harvest with a new one. Eventually, inevitably, if you persist, the new harvest will dominate. The old patterns will die out. The limiting experiences will fade. And you'll find yourself living in a completely different reality, not because circumstances magically changed, but because you changed what you were planting. You shifted your frequency. You transformed your energetic state, and the universe responded by rearranging your reality to match. The law of sowing and reaping also applies to judgment. Solomon knew that what you judge in others, you attract to yourself, not as punishment, but as energetic law. When you judge someone harshly, when you criticize, when you condemn, you're activating that frequency in yourself. You're planting seeds of judgment, and you will harvest being judged. You'll attract criticism. You'll find yourself in situations where others judge you harshly. Again, not because the universe is punishing you, but because you're broadcasting judgment frequency and receiving matching experiences. This is why forgiveness is so powerful. When you forgive, you're not condoning wrong behavior. You're releasing judgment frequency. You're stopping the planting of those seeds. You're shifting to a higher frequency that will attract more graceful, more loving, more accepting experiences. You're not doing it for them. You're doing it for you. Because holding on to judgment, resentment, condemnation, these are toxic seeds that will produce toxic harvests in your life. Let me share something that might challenge you. Your current struggles are not happening to you. They're happening for you. They're the harvest of old seeds, yes. But they're also showing you what needs to change. They're feedback. They're information. They're the universe's way of saying, look at what you've been planting. Notice the frequency you've been broadcasting. Recognize the patterns that need to shift. When you stop resisting your current harvest, when you stop complaining about it or feeling victimized by it, when you instead use it as information about what seeds to stop planting and what seeds to start planting, everything transforms. The struggle becomes a teacher. The challenge becomes an opportunity. The hardship becomes the catalyst for change. Not because you're positive about suffering, but because you understand the law and you use your current harvest to inform your future planting. Solomon could see cause and effect. He could trace outcomes back to their origins. He could observe someone's patterns and predict their future harvest. This is wisdom. This is understanding the law at such a deep level that you can see the inevitable consequences of certain plantings. You can develop this same ability. You can look at your current thoughts, emotions, words, actions, and predict what they will harvest. If you're consistently planting seeds of complaint, what will you harvest? More to complain about. If you're planting seeds of gratitude, what will you harvest? More to feel grateful for. If you're planting seeds of love, what will you harvest? More love. If you're planting seeds of fear, what will you harvest? More fear-based experiences. It's not mysterious. It's not random. It's law. Cause and effect. Sowing and reaping. Broadcasting and receiving. The quantum aspect of this law is that it's happening constantly, not just in some distant future. Every moment you're broadcasting, you're affecting the field. Every moment you're planting, you're initiating creation. The future is not fixed, it's fluid. It's being created right now by what you're thinking, feeling, saying, doing, being. This means you have tremendous power. You're not waiting for some predetermined fate to unfold. You're actively creating your fate in every moment, through the seeds you choose to plant. And if you don't like the direction your life is heading, you can change it by changing your plantings. Not by trying to control outcomes or manipulate circumstances, but by shifting your internal state, your frequency, your consciousness. By becoming someone who plants different seeds, someone who broadcasts a different signal, someone who operates from a different energetic level. Here's something beautiful. Good seeds grow easier than bad seeds. Positive frequencies are more powerful than negative ones. Love is stronger than fear. Truth is more potent than lies. Light dispels darkness more easily than darkness can extinguish light. This means that when you commit to planting positive seeds, abundance consciousness, elevated emotions, empowered actions, loving thoughts, grateful feelings, these seeds are working with universal life force. They have momentum. They have support from the quantum field itself, which is fundamentally biased toward life, growth, expansion, evolution. Your negative seeds, your limitation consciousness, your fear-based patterns, these are working against the natural current. They take more energy to maintain. They require constant reinforcement. When you stop feeding them, they die quickly. But positive seeds, once planted and given even a little attention, grow vigorously because they're aligned with the fundamental nature of the universe itself. This is why people who shift to positive planting often see rapid transformation. It's not that they're special or lucky. It's that they've stopped fighting the natural current and started flowing with it. They've stopped planting against the grain and started planting with it. The universe wants to support your expansion, your growth, your abundance, your joy, not because it loves you personally, though you could interpret it that way, but because expansion, growth, abundance, joy, these are the natural direction of evolution. These are the frequencies that the quantum field is fundamentally organized around. When you align with these frequencies, when you plant these seeds, you have the entire universe supporting your harvest. You're not alone. You're not struggling against resistance. You're flowing with the most powerful creative force that exists. And your harvest is not just probable, it's inevitable. Tonight, as you allow your conscious mind to rest and your subconscious to integrate these truths, let this become your new understanding. You're always planting, always sowing, always broadcasting. The universe is always responding, always growing your seeds, always reflecting your frequency. You are not being punished or tested. You're experiencing the harvest of your previous plantings. And you can change what you'll harvest by changing what you're planting right now. In this moment, and in every moment going forward. Plant thoughts of possibility. Plant emotions of gratitude. Plant words of power. Plant actions of abundance. Plant from consciousness, not from conditioning. Plant from your highest vision, not from your deepest fears. Plant consistently. Water faithfully. Trust completely. And know with absolute certainty that you will harvest what you sow, that the law is reliable, that the universe is responsive, that your future is being created right now by the seeds you're planting today. Choose your seeds wisely, plant them consciously, tend them faithfully, and prepare for a harvest beyond what your current circumstances suggest is possible, because you're not creating from your current circumstances. You're creating from your current frequency, and your frequency can shift in an instant, planting entirely new seeds, initiating entirely new realities, harvesting entirely new experiences that match who you're becoming, not who you've been. This is the law. This is the way. This is your power. Use it well. Chapter 8. The Wealth Beyond Gold. Solomon accumulated more wealth than any king of his time. Gold flowed to him. Silver piled in his treasuries. Precious stones adorned his palace. His riches were legendary, so vast that silver was considered as common as stones in Jerusalem during his reign. People traveled from distant lands just to see his wealth, to witness his prosperity, to understand how one man could accumulate such abundance. But here's what they didn't understand, what most people still don't understand today. Solomon's wealth wasn't the cause of his prosperity consciousness. It was the effect. It was the reflection. It was the physical manifestation of an internal state, a frequency, a way of being that existed before the gold appeared, that would have persisted even if the gold disappeared. Solomon was abundant before he was rich. He embodied prosperity before he possessed possessions. He lived from a consciousness of wealth that had nothing to do with how much he owned, and everything to do with who he was. And this is the secret that will transform your relationship with money, with success, with abundance in all its forms. Wealth is not something you acquire. It's something you become. It's not a destination you reach. It's a state of consciousness you embody. It's not about having more. It's about being more. And until you understand this, until you shift from chasing abundance to becoming abundance, you will never have enough, no matter how much you accumulate. Let me tell you something that might upset you at first, but will liberate you once you really grasp it. Money doesn't make you wealthy. You can have millions in the bank and still operate from poverty consciousness, still feel lack, still worry about losing it, still believe there's not enough. And you can have very little money and operate from abundance consciousness, feel grateful, trust in supply, believe in infinite possibilities. Wealth is a state of being. Poverty is a state of being. And your state of being determines what you attract, what you manifest, what you experience. far more than the number in your bank account. This is why lottery winners often end up broke within a few years. They receive wealth, but they haven't become wealthy. Their consciousness hasn't shifted. They still operate from poverty thinking, scarcity patterns, limitation beliefs. And so, they unconsciously sabotage, spend recklessly, make poor choices, and return to the financial state that matches their internal consciousness. Conversely, truly wealthy people who lose everything often rebuild quickly because they haven't lost their wealth consciousness. They still think like abundant people, feel like prosperous people, act like successful people, and the universe responds to their frequency by rearranging circumstances to match their internal state. Most people have their relationship with money completely backwards. They think, I'll feel abundant when I have money. I'll feel successful when I achieve this goal. I'll feel wealthy when I can afford that lifestyle. But it works the opposite way. You must feel abundant now before the money appears. You must embody wealth now before success manifests. You must be prosperity now before circumstances reflect it. Because feeling is the magnet, being is the broadcast, consciousness is the creative force. The money, the success, the lifestyle, these are just effects following the cause, results matching the frequency, manifestations reflecting the state of being. If you wait to feel abundant until you have abundance, you'll wait forever because you're broadcasting lack, and lack attracts more lack. But when you feel abundant now, when you embody wealth consciousness now, when you operate from prosperity thinking now, you create a magnetic field that draws money, opportunities, resources, success into your experience, not because you're pretending or faking it, but because you've genuinely shifted your frequency to match the reality you're creating. There was a man named Thomas who came to me completely frustrated about money. He had read all the books, done all the techniques, visualized, affirmed, created vision boards. Nothing worked. Money remained elusive. He worked hard, made decent income, but it always felt like a struggle, like he was barely keeping his head above water. When I asked him to describe his relationship with money, the truth revealed itself immediately. He resented people who had wealth. He believed money corrupted. He felt guilty about wanting more. He constantly worried about not having enough. Every one of these thoughts and feelings was broadcasting poverty consciousness. He was pushing away the very thing he claimed to want. His conscious mind desired wealth, but his subconscious programming, his emotional state, his energetic frequency, these were all aligned with lack. And the subconscious always wins because it's broadcasting a much stronger signal than conscious wishes. We worked on shifting Thomas's fundamental beliefs about money, not just changing his thoughts on the surface, but transforming his deep programming, his emotional relationship with wealth, his sense of worthiness to receive abundance. This took time. It required him to examine where these beliefs came from, usually childhood programming, from parents who struggled financially and transmitted their scarcity consciousness to him. It required him to forgive himself for wanting more, to release guilt about prosperity, to recognize that money is neutral, just energy, and that having it doesn't make you good or bad. It just amplifies who you already are. Within 6 months of doing this deeper work, not just surface techniques but actual consciousness transformation, Thomas's financial reality began to shift. Opportunities appeared that he hadn't noticed before. Money came from unexpected sources. His business grew effortlessly, not because he worked harder or learned new strategies, but because he shifted his frequency from poverty consciousness to wealth consciousness. and the universe responded to his new broadcast. Let's talk about what wealth consciousness actually means. It's not about thinking you're rich when you're not. It's not about denying financial challenges or pretending everything is fine when it's not. It's about a fundamental trust in abundance, a deep knowing that the universe is inherently prosperous, that there's more than enough for everyone, that supply is infinite, even if current resources appear limited. It's about focusing on what you have rather than what you lack, appreciating the abundance that already exists in your life, even as you call in more. It's about understanding that you are the source, not your job, not your business, not any external circumstance. You are the source because you are consciousness, and consciousness creates reality. Money flows through you, not to you. You don't chase it or grasp for it. You become a clear channel for it to flow through, and it comes naturally, easily, effortlessly, as the inevitable result of your frequency. Solomon understood this deeply. He didn't hoard his wealth. He circulated it. He invested in his kingdom, built magnificent structures, supported his people, gave generously, because he knew that abundance flows. It doesn't stagnate. When you hold too tightly to money, when you operate from fear of losing it, when you refuse to let it circulate, you stop the flow. You create energetic constipation. You tell the universe, I don't trust that more is coming. I better hold on to what I have. And this frequency of fear and lack attracts more experiences of fear and lack. But when you give freely, spend joyfully, invest confidently, circulate abundantly, you tell the universe, I trust in infinite supply. I know more is always coming. I am a channel for prosperity. And this frequency attracts more flow, more abundance, more prosperity. Not because the act of giving itself creates receiving, but because the energy behind generous giving is abundance consciousness. And abundance consciousness creates abundant experiences. Here's something crucial that most people miss. Your worth is not determined by your net worth. Your value as a human being has nothing to do with how much money you have or don't have. You are inherently worthy simply because you exist, because you are consciousness having a human experience, because you are an expression of infinite intelligence. This is your true wealth. This is the abundance that can never be taken from you. This is the prosperity that exists regardless of circumstances. And when you recognize this, when you root your sense of worth in your being rather than in your having, everything changes. You stop seeking validation through accumulation. You stop measuring yourself against others' financial success. You stop feeling like you're not enough until you achieve certain financial milestones. And this shift, this recognition of your inherent worth, paradoxically makes it much easier to attract material wealth because you're no longer coming from neediness, from desperation, from a sense of lack that repels what you're trying to attract. Let's explore the consciousness of enough. Most people live in a state of constant not enoughness. Not enough money, not enough time, not enough energy, not enough success, not enough love. This consciousness of insufficiency is poverty consciousness regardless of how much you actually have. I've worked with millionaires who feel poor because they're always comparing themselves to billionaires, always feeling like they don't have enough, always chasing more from a place of lack rather than expansion. And I've worked with people living simply who feel abundant because they're grateful for what they have, content with their current reality even as they grow toward more, operating from a consciousness of sufficiency that attracts more abundance than grasping ever could. The question is not how much do you have. The question is, do you feel like you have enough? Can you experience sufficiency right now, in this moment, with whatever resources you currently possess? Can you feel the abundance that already exists, the prosperity you're already experiencing, the wealth that's already present in forms beyond money? Think about the abundance of air to breathe, the abundance of water to drink, the abundance of food available, even if you have to work for it, compared to our ancestors who faced genuine scarcity, the abundance of information accessible to you through technology, the abundance of opportunities available in the modern world, the abundance of your own gifts, talents, abilities, creativity, the abundance of relationships, experiences, sensations, possibilities. When you start to recognize the myriad ways in which you're already living in abundance, when you shift your focus from what you lack to what you have, you change your frequency. You move from poverty consciousness to wealth consciousness. And this shift in consciousness creates a shift in manifestation. You start to attract more of what you're noticing, more of what you're appreciating, more of what you're acknowledging already exists. Solomon said, "Give, and it shall be given unto you." This is not morality. This is energetics. When you give, you demonstrate abundance consciousness. You prove to yourself and to the universe that you have more than enough. You operate from overflow rather than from scarcity. And this frequency of having more than enough attracts more. But giving must come from genuine abundance consciousness, not from obligation or manipulation or strategy. You can't give to get and expect it to work. The universe reads your true intention. If you're giving from fear, from feeling you have to in order to receive, that's still scarcity consciousness. But if you give from joy, from authentic generosity, from a genuine sense of having plenty to share, that's abundance consciousness, and it creates abundance results. This applies not just to money, but to everything. Give your time freely. Give your attention generously. Give your love abundantly. Give your knowledge readily. Give your presence fully, and watch as you receive in measure far beyond what you gave, not because you manipulated the system, but because you aligned with the natural flow of universal abundance. Here's a powerful shift in perspective. Stop seeing money as the goal and start seeing it as a tool. Money is not the destination. It's transportation. It's energy that allows you to express yourself more fully, to serve more powerfully, to create more expansively, to experience more deeply. When you shift from chasing money to focusing on your purpose, your passion, your contribution, your growth, something magical happens. Money starts to flow more easily because you're no longer blocked by the desperate energy of needing it. You're creating value, expressing your gifts, serving others, enjoying your work, and money comes as a natural byproduct of being in alignment, of doing what you're meant to do, of living from your highest purpose. Solomon's wealth came not from obsessing about gold, but from using his wisdom to govern well, to build magnificently, to create value for his kingdom. The wealth followed the wisdom, the abundance followed the alignment, the prosperity followed the purpose. Let me share something about the energy of receiving. Many people who struggle financially have no problem giving. They're generous, helpful, always there for others. But they can't receive. They deflect compliments. They refuse help. They feel uncomfortable accepting gifts. They minimize their own needs. This is not humility. This is blocked receiving, and it creates an incomplete circuit. Energy must flow both ways, giving and receiving, outflow and inflow. You must be as open to receiving as you are to giving, or you create an imbalance that blocks abundance. Practice receiving graciously. When someone compliments you, say thank you instead of deflecting. When someone offers help, accept it instead of insisting you can handle everything yourself. When opportunities come, take them instead of questioning whether you deserve them. This opens your receiving channels. This tells the universe, I am open, I am available, I am willing to receive the abundance that's flowing toward me. There's also what we might call spiritual materialism to watch out for. This is when you use spirituality, manifestation techniques, consciousness work, as another strategy to get more stuff, to accumulate more wealth, to achieve more success. But you're still operating from the same ego-based consciousness, just with spiritual language. True wealth consciousness transcends the ego's insatiable hunger for more. It recognizes that you are already whole, already complete, already abundant, and any material wealth you attract is just an extension of this internal wholeness, not a compensation for internal lack. When you chase money from ego, you never have enough because the ego can never be satisfied. When you attract money from wholeness, you enjoy it without clinging to it, use it without being used by it, have it without it having you. Solomon's greatest wealth wasn't his gold. It was his wisdom. It was his consciousness. It was his understanding of universal principles. And this wealth, this true prosperity, could never be taken from him. Even if his kingdom fell, even if his treasures were stolen, even if he lost everything material, he would still be wealthy because wealth was who he was, not what he had. This is the wealth beyond gold. This is the abundance that transcends circumstances. This is the prosperity that remains regardless of what the external world does. When you develop this internal wealth, this consciousness of abundance, this embodiment of prosperity, you become magnetic to material wealth, not because you need it to feel complete, but because you've become a vibrational match to it, a frequency aligned with it, a consciousness that naturally attracts it. Here's a practice that will transform your wealth consciousness. Every time you spend money, no matter how small the amount, say to yourself, there's more where that came from. Feel it. Mean it. Let it be true. This simple practice shifts you from scarcity consciousness that says, there's only so much and I'm losing it when I spend, to abundance consciousness that says, I am a channel for infinite flow and money circulates through me constantly. Every time you receive money, no matter how small the amount, say thank you with genuine gratitude. Appreciation is a prosperity magnet. It tells the universe, I notice abundance, I value abundance, I'm grateful for abundance. And what you appreciate, appreciates. What you acknowledge, multiplies. What you give thanks for, increases. Another practice, stop complaining about money, ever, no matter how tight things are. Complaint is a poverty consciousness broadcast. Every time you say, I can't afford that, or money is tight, or I'm so broke, you're affirming limitation, planting scarcity seeds, strengthening poverty patterns. Instead, reframe. I'm choosing to invest my money elsewhere right now. I'm creating more income streams. My financial abundance is growing. These statements acknowledge reality without affirming limitation as permanent. They maintain the frequency of possibility while being honest about current circumstances. Because current circumstances are always temporary. They're always changeable. They're always the result of past consciousness, not a prediction of future reality. And when you stop affirming your current financial state as permanent, you open space for it to change, to shift, to transform into something aligned with your new consciousness. Wealth consciousness also includes wise stewardship. This is not just about making money, but about managing it well, investing it wisely, using it consciously. Solomon was wealthy not just because money flowed to him, but because he used it to build, to create, to establish lasting value. When you receive money and immediately squander it unconsciously, you're telling the universe you can't be trusted with abundance. You're not ready for more. But when you receive money and use it wisely, invest some, save some, give some, enjoy some, you demonstrate financial maturity. You show that you can handle abundance, that you're ready for more, that you'll be a good steward of increased prosperity. This doesn't mean being stingy or fearful. It means being conscious, intentional, wise in your financial choices, making decisions from abundance rather than from scarcity, from wisdom rather than from fear. Let's talk about the relationship between wealth consciousness and self-worth. Many people unconsciously sabotage financial success because deep down they don't feel worthy of wealth. Maybe they were taught that money is evil, or that rich people are bad, or that spiritual people should be poor. Maybe they carry guilt about having more than others. Maybe they believe on some level that they don't deserve abundance. These subconscious beliefs create an invisible ceiling on what you can attract and keep. You might work hard, do everything right, and still not break through financially because your self-worth thermostat is set at a certain level, and any abundance beyond that feels uncomfortable, wrong, dangerous. You must work on your sense of worthiness alongside your wealth consciousness. Affirm your right to prosper. Release guilt about having money. Recognize that your financial success doesn't diminish anyone else. Understand that the universe is infinitely abundant, and you claiming your prosperity doesn't take from anyone else's potential prosperity. As you rise in wealth consciousness and self-worth simultaneously, the financial blocks dissolve and abundance flows naturally. Solomon understood that true wealth includes but transcends money. Its health, its relationships, its time freedom, its peace of mind. It's the ability to pursue your purpose. It's the capacity to contribute meaningfully. It's living a life aligned with your values. It's having resources to create, to explore, to experience, to grow. When you define wealth only as money, you miss the fuller picture of prosperity. A person with millions but no health is not truly wealthy. A person with great income but terrible relationships is not fully prosperous. Someone with financial abundance but no time to enjoy it hasn't achieved real wealth. True wealth consciousness recognizes and appreciates abundance in all its forms, knowing that when you embody this comprehensive prosperity consciousness, money becomes just one expression of the overall abundance flowing through your life. Tonight, as you rest, as these words sink deep into your subconscious, let this truth become your new operating system. Wealth is a state of consciousness, not a bank account balance. You don't chase abundance, you become abundance. You don't pursue prosperity, you embody prosperity. You don't wait to feel wealthy until money appears. You feel wealthy now and money follows your frequency. You are not your net worth. You are infinite consciousness, inherently abundant, eternally prosperous, fundamentally wealthy regardless of circumstances. When you recognize this, when you live from this truth, when you operate from this consciousness, material wealth becomes inevitable because you've aligned with the frequency that creates it. You've shifted from poverty thinking to prosperity being. You've transformed from someone who needs money to someone who channels money. You've evolved from chasing what you lack to attracting what you are. This is Solomon's secret. This is the wealth beyond gold, This is your true inheritance. Claim it, embody it, live it, and watch as the universe responds with abundance in every form, financial and otherwise, reflecting back the prosperity consciousness you've chosen to make your permanent state of being. Chapter 9. The Power of Presence. There is only one moment where life actually happens. There is only one point in time where you have any power. There's only one place where creation occurs, and that is now. Right now. This present moment. Not yesterday, not tomorrow, not in 5 minutes. Now. Everything else is illusion. The past exists only as memory in your mind. The future exists only as imagination. Neither has any reality except in your thoughts. Yet most people spend almost their entire lives either replaying the past or rehearsing the future, lost in thought, disconnected from the only moment that's real, the only moment that matters, the only moment where anything can actually be created, or changed, or experienced. And this disconnection, this absence from presence, this is the root of suffering, of powerlessness, of the feeling that life is happening to you instead of through you. Solomon understood something profound. The present moment is not just a slice of time. It's a portal. It's a doorway to infinite potential. It's the intersection of consciousness and creation. It's where the invisible becomes visible, where intention becomes manifestation, where you stop being a passive observer of life and become an active creator of it. And learning to anchor yourself in this moment, to be fully present, to exist in the now. This is not just a nice spiritual practice. This is the key to accessing your full creative power, to manifesting with the speed and precision, to living with joy and peace, regardless of circumstances. Let me ask you something. Where is your mind right now? Are you fully here, completely absorbed in these words, present with what is? Or is part of your attention drifting to what happened earlier today, what you need to do tomorrow, some problem you're trying to solve, some person you're thinking about, some scenario you're imagining? If your mind is anywhere but here, you're not present. You're somewhere else. And wherever your mind is, that's where your creative power is. That's where your energy is. That's where you are. If your mind is in the past, you're giving your creative power to things that no longer exist. If your mind is in the future, you're giving your creative power to things that haven't happened yet. Either way, you're not here. You're not now. And this moment, the only moment that's real, the only moment where life is actually happening, you're missing it. You're absent. And you wonder why manifestation feels hard, why life feels like a struggle, why you feel disconnected and unfulfilled. It's because you're not here. You're living everywhere except where life is actually occurring. The mind is a time machine. It's constantly traveling between past and future, rarely resting in the present. This made sense, evolutionarily. Your ancestors needed to remember past dangers to avoid them in the future. They needed to plan for scarcity, to anticipate threats, to learn from history. So the mind developed this capacity to move through time, to analyze the past, and project the future. But what was once a survival mechanism has become a prison for most modern humans. You're not facing saber-toothed tigers. Your survival is not constantly threatened, yet your mind still operates as if it is, constantly scanning for problems, constantly worried about the future, constantly rehashing the past, constantly pulling you out of the present moment where peace exists, where power lives, where joy resides, where creation happens. And you've identified so completely with this thinking mind, with this constant stream of mental time travel, that you believe this is who you are. You think you are your thoughts, but you're not. You are the awareness that observes thoughts. You are the consciousness that exists before thoughts arise, and after thoughts dissolve. You are the presence that is always here, always now, always still and silent beneath the noise of mental activity. Solomon had 1,000 wives and concubines, vast wealth, enormous responsibilities, complex political situations to navigate. If anyone had an excuse to be distracted, to be lost in thought, to be absent from presence, it was him. Yet the secret of his wisdom was his ability to be fully present. When he was judging a case, he was completely there, totally focused, absolutely attentive to what was happening in front of him. When he was with someone, he gave them his full presence. When he was making a decision, he didn't split his attention between past regrets and future worries. He was here, now, accessing the intelligence that's only available in the present moment. This is why his judgments were so wise. This is why his decisions were so sound. Not because he knew more than others, though he did, but because he was present more than others. He accessed the infinite intelligence that exists in the now, the field of all possibilities that you can only tap into when you're not lost in thought, when you're not dwelling in past or future, when you're fully here, fully present, fully in this moment. Let me tell you about a woman named Lisa, high achiever, successful career, constantly busy, always doing, always planning, always working toward the next goal, and utterly exhausted. She came to me, burned out, depleted, feeling like she was running on a treadmill that kept speeding up, never able to rest, never able to enjoy what she'd achieved, because she was already focused on the next thing. When I asked her when was the last time she was fully present, not thinking about past or future, not planning or analyzing, just being, she couldn't remember. She had spent years living in her head, in time, never in her body, never in the now, and this constant absence from presence was draining her life force, disconnecting her from joy, keeping her from experiencing the fullness of life, even though by external measures she was highly successful. We worked on bringing her into the present moment, simple practices, feeling her breath, noticing sensations in her body, bringing her attention fully to whatever she was doing in the moment, rather than doing one thing while thinking about 10 others. Within weeks, everything shifted. Not her circumstances, her experience of her circumstances. She was doing the same work, but enjoying it because she was present. She was achieving the same goals, but feeling fulfilled because she wasn't always racing ahead to the next thing. She was living the same life, but experiencing it completely differently, because she was finally here, finally now, finally present. Presence is not about doing nothing. It's not about checking out or becoming passive or abandoning ambition and goals. It's about being fully engaged with whatever is happening right now. If you're working, you're fully working, not working while thinking about being done. If you're with someone, you're fully with them, not physically present but mentally elsewhere. If you're resting, you're fully resting, not resting while feeling guilty about what you should be doing. Presence is total engagement with the now, and this total engagement, paradoxically, makes you far more effective. When you're fully present with your work, you produce better results in less time. When you're fully present with people, your relationships deepen and become more meaningful. When you're fully present with rest, you actually recharge instead of just physically stopping while mentally continuing to run. Presence is not inefficiency. It's the ultimate efficiency because you're not fragmenting your energy across past and future. You're focusing all of it here, now, on what's actually in front of you. Here's something most people never realize. Anxiety is always about the future, and depression is always about the past. Think about it. When you're anxious, you're imagining something bad happening in the future. When you're depressed, you're dwelling on something painful from the past. In this present moment, right now, if you bring your attention fully here, are you actually in danger? Are you actually experiencing the thing you're anxious about? Are you actually in the situation you're depressed about? Almost always the answer is no. In this moment, you're okay. In this moment, you're safe. In this moment, you have everything you need. The suffering exists in thought, in time travel, in mental projections of past or future, not in the present reality. This is liberating to understand. It means that peace is always available right now, not eventually, not after you solve your problems. Now, by simply returning your attention to the present moment, by withdrawing your energy from past and future, by being here instead of in your head, you can access peace regardless of your circumstances. This doesn't mean problems don't exist. It means problems exist in thought, not in presence. And you can't solve problems from the same level of consciousness that created them. You must rise above them. And the way you rise above is by dropping into presence, into the now, where creative solutions arise, where intuition speaks, where wisdom emerges. Solomon said, "There's a time for everything, a time to plant and a time to harvest, a time to speak and a time to be silent." He understood that life unfolds in seasons, in cycles, in its own perfect timing. And you can only perceive this timing, you can only flow with it, when you're present. When you're lost in mental time travel, you miss the signals, you miss the opportunities, you miss the moment when action is called for because you're thinking about something else. You miss the moment when rest is needed because you're pushing based on future anxiety. You miss the synchronicities, the divine appointments, the perfect timing of events that only becomes visible when you're here, now, paying attention to what is rather than what was or what might be. Presence makes you available to life's flow. Absence from presence puts you at odds with it, constantly swimming against the current, wondering why everything feels hard. Let's talk about what steals your presence. Regret about the past, resentment about what happened or didn't happen, guilt about choices you made. These emotions keep you anchored in time that no longer exists, giving your energy to events you cannot change. Every moment you spend replaying the past, wishing it were different, angry at what happened, is a moment you're not available for what's happening now. Not to be cold or dismissive of genuine pain, but at some point you must ask yourself, is this serving me? Is dwelling in the past creating my future, or just recreating my past? Is this thought pattern bringing me peace, or stealing my power? And if it's stealing your power, you can choose differently. You can acknowledge what happened, learn what there is to learn, and return your attention to now. Not suppressing or denying, but consciously choosing to be here rather than there, in this moment, rather than in that memory, in what is, rather than in what was. And worry about the future, anxiety about what might happen, fear about things that haven't occurred and may never occur. These emotions keep you projecting forward, mentally living in imagined scenarios, most of which will never manifest. Research shows that 90% of what people worry about never happens. 90% of your worry is completely wasted energy, creative power given to outcomes that don't materialize. And the other 10%, the things that do happen, worrying about them in advance, doesn't help you handle them better. It just means you suffer twice, once in imagination and once in reality. Presence says, I'll deal with what arises when it arises. I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. I'll respond to reality, not to imagination. And this frees up enormous energy, clears mental space, creates availability for intuition and wisdom to guide you when actual challenges appear. Your body exists only in the present moment. It cannot be anywhere else. Your body is always here, always now. This is why connecting with your body is one of the fastest ways to return to presence. Feel your breath. Notice the sensation of air moving in and out. Feel your heartbeat. Notice the feeling of your body against whatever surface you're touching. Feel sensations, warmth, coolness, pressure, texture. When you bring your attention into your body, you pull it out of your head. You stop time traveling. You become present. This is not complicated. It's simple, but it requires practice because you've spent years, probably decades, living primarily in your head, in thought, in time. You've conditioned yourself to be absent. Now you must recondition yourself to be present. And you do this through small moments, repeated consistently. Throughout your day, pause. Bring your attention to your breath. Feel your body. Notice what's happening right now, not in thought, but in direct experience. And gradually, these moments of presence expand. The gaps between thoughts widen. The silence beneath mental noise becomes more accessible. And you start to live more here, more now, more present. Solomon's greatest moments of wisdom came from presence. When the two women came before him claiming the same baby, he didn't analyze the situation intellectually. He didn't think about precedent or law or logic. He dropped into presence, observed their energy, felt into the truth beneath their words, and accessed an insight that could only come from being fully here, fully attentive, fully present with what was happening in front of him. This is the intelligence available to you when you're present, not the analytical intelligence of the thinking mind, though that has its place, but the deeper intelligence, the intuitive knowing, the wisdom that arises from silence, from stillness, from being fully here, instead of lost in mental commentary about here. You've experienced this. Moments when you just knew something without knowing how you knew. Moments when the right words came without thinking. Moments when you acted perfectly without planning. These moments happened when you were present, when thought subsided, when you were here instead of in your head. And you can access this state more frequently by cultivating presence, by training yourself to be here, by choosing now over past or future. Let me teach you something powerful about presence and manifestation. The quantum field, the field of infinite possibilities from which all physical reality emerges, exists in the eternal now, not in past or future, but in the present moment. When you're dwelling in past or future, you're disconnected from this field. You're not available to the infinite potential that exists right here, right now. But when you become present, when you anchor in the now, you access this field directly. You become available to synchronicities, to inspired insights, to opportunities that seem to appear out of nowhere. You enter the flow state where everything comes easily because you're not forcing, not efforting from mental projection, but allowing, surrendering to what's emerging in the present moment. This is why great athletes talk about being in the zone, why artists describe losing themselves in their work, why people in flow states accomplish in hours what would normally take days. They're fully present. They're completely here. They're not thinking about results or worried about failure or distracted by anything else. They're one with the now, and in that oneness, magic happens. Creation flows effortlessly because they're aligned with the only moment where creation actually occurs. This one. Presence also transforms relationships. Most people aren't really with each other. They're physically together but mentally elsewhere, thinking about themselves, planning what to say next, judging, comparing, lost in their own mental narratives. But when you give someone your full presence, when you're completely there with them, not thinking about anything else, not waiting for them to finish so you can talk, just being with them, something profound happens. They feel seen, they feel valued, they relax, and the quality of connection deepens immeasurably. Solomon's wisdom included understanding people, and you can only truly understand someone when you're fully present with them, when you're not filtering them through your past experiences or future expectations, when you're meeting them fresh in this moment, perceiving who they actually are rather than who you think they are or who you want them to be. This level of presence is rare. This level of attention is precious, and when you give it, you create relationships of depth and meaning that satisfy far more than the superficial connections that characterize most modern interaction. Here's what happens when you become present. Time expands. You've experienced this. When you're fully engaged in something you love, hours pass like minutes. When you're bored and thinking about being somewhere else, minutes feel like hours. Time is relative to consciousness. When you're present, fully absorbed, completely here, you enter what physicists call the eternal now. You touch timelessness, and in this timelessness, you paradoxically accomplish more, experience more, live more than when you're fragmented across past and future. Quality of time matters more than quantity. 1 hour of full presence contains more life, more experience, more fulfillment than a week of distracted absence. This is why children seem to experience time more slowly. They're naturally present. They're not yet conditioned to live in their heads, in time, in constant mental activity. They're here, now, fully experiencing each moment. And you can return to this. You can reclaim this natural state of presence that you had before. Conditioning taught you to be everywhere except here. There's a practice in ancient wisdom traditions called anchoring in eternity. It's recognizing that beneath the constant change of circumstances, beneath the flow of time, beneath the arising and passing of all phenomena, there is something eternal, unchanging, always present. Some call it consciousness. Some call it awareness. Some call it God. The name doesn't matter. What matters is recognizing that you are this eternal presence having a temporary human experience, not the other way around. You are not a temporary human trying to find eternal presence. You are eternal presence temporarily experiencing being human. And when you anchor your identity in this truth, when you recognize yourself as the consciousness that exists beyond time, as the awareness that is always here, always now, never born and never dying, just eternally present, everything changes. You stop identifying so completely with your circumstances. You stop being so affected by the inevitable ups and downs of life. You develop an unshakable peace because you're rooted in something that cannot be shaken, anchored in eternity while playing in time, being fully human while knowing you are also fully divine. Solomon built his temple as a physical representation of this truth. The Holy of Holies, the innermost chamber, represented the eternal presence of God, but the real temple was always consciousness. The real Holy of Holies was always the present moment. The real divine presence was always available right here, right now, not in some distant heaven or future reward, but in the depth of this moment, when you drop beneath the surface of thought and touch the stillness that's always here. This is not complicated spiritual theory. This is practical power. Because when you can access this place of presence, this state of now, at will, in any circumstance, you become unshakable. Not because nothing affects you, but because there's a part of you that remains untouched by circumstance, anchored in eternity, rooted in presence, established in the now that never changes, even while everything else does. Let me share the greatest secret about presence. This moment is all you ever have. You have never experienced a moment that wasn't now. Every past moment was experienced as now. Every future moment will be experienced as now. There is literally nothing except this present moment. And yet most people spend their entire lives trying to get to some other moment, some better moment, some future moment, when things will finally be okay, when they'll finally be happy, when life will finally begin. They're waiting, always waiting. Waiting to lose weight before they feel good about themselves, waiting for the right relationship before they feel loved, waiting for financial success before they feel abundant, waiting for circumstances to change before they allow themselves to be present, to be at peace, to enjoy life. But the waiting is the trap. The future moment you're waiting for will also be now when it arrives. And if you haven't learned to be present with now, you won't be present with that future now either. You'll be waiting for the next thing, and the next, and the next, in an endless cycle of postponement, of deferral, of missing your life while waiting for your life to begin. The only way out is to realize that this is it. This moment, now, this is your life. This is all you have. This is all you've ever had. And it's enough. It's more than enough. It's everything. Tonight, as you allow these words to dissolve into your deepest consciousness, as your mind softens and your body relaxes, let this truth settle into your bones. The present moment is the only point of power. Now is the only time that's real. Here is the only place you can create, change, experience, live. Stop dwelling in the past. Stop projecting into the future. Come back to now. Return to presence. Be here, fully, completely, with all of yourself. Not thinking about now, but experiencing now. Not analyzing this moment, but being this moment. And in this presence, you'll find everything you've been seeking. Peace exists here. Power exists here. Joy exists here. Wisdom exists here. Love exists here. God exists here. Everything you need exists here. You've just been looking everywhere except here, searching everywhere except now, trying to find in the future what can only be found in the present. So stop searching. Stop seeking. Stop waiting. Be here. Be now. Be present. And discover that you already are everything you've been trying to become. You already have everything you've been trying to get. You already live in the kingdom you've been trying to reach. It's here. It's now. It's always been here. You've just been too busy time-traveling to notice. Welcome home. Welcome to now. Welcome to presence. This is where life happens. This is where power lives. This is where you finally, fully, completely arrive. Chapter 10. The Transmission Final. Becoming the New Solomon. You have traveled far. Not in distance, but in consciousness. Not in time, but in understanding. You began this journey seeking wisdom, seeking secrets, seeking something outside yourself that would finally unlock the door to the life you've always known was possible. And now, here at the end, you discover the truth that was always there, waiting for you to recognize it. There was never a manuscript hidden in some ancient cave. There was never a secret teaching locked away from the masses. There was never wisdom residing anywhere except within you. Solomon's manuscript was always written in the invisible ink of consciousness itself, encoded in your DNA, imprinted in your soul, waiting not to be discovered, but to be remembered. You are the manuscript. You are the teaching. You are the wisdom you've been seeking. And this recognition, this awakening to your own power, your own knowing, your own creative nature, this is the final transmission, the ultimate secret, the key that opens every door. You are not learning something new. You are remembering something ancient, something eternal, something that has always been true, but that you temporarily forgot in the process of becoming human, of adapting to the world, of learning to survive in a reality that taught you to be small, to play safe, to forget your magnificence. Everything you've absorbed in these chapters, every principle, every truth, every insight, these are not separate teachings to collect and store. They are facets of one diamond, aspects of one reality, expressions of one fundamental truth. You are consciousness having a human experience, and consciousness creates reality. Your thoughts shape your world. Your emotions magnetize your experiences. Your words command the universe. Your choices determine your destiny. Your being broadcasts your reality. This is not philosophy. This is not metaphor. This is the actual mechanism of existence, the way reality functions beneath its physical appearance, the truth that mystics have known, and quantum physicists are now confirming. And you, right now, in this moment, you have access to this creative power, not someday when you're more evolved or more spiritual or more worthy. Now. You've always had it. You've been using it your entire life, unconsciously creating through habitual patterns, default programs, conditioned responses. And now, you're awakening to conscious creation, to intentional manifestation, to deliberate reality construction. You're becoming the Solomon of your own life, the sovereign of your own consciousness, the master of your own experience. But here's what you must understand as you stand at this threshold, as you prepare to integrate everything you've learned and step fully into your power. Knowledge without application is worthless. Understanding without embodiment is empty. Wisdom without practice is just interesting information that changes nothing. You could memorize every word of these teachings and remain exactly where you are if you don't actually live them, if you don't apply them daily, if you don't make them your reality through consistent choice, through persistent practice, through unwavering commitment to becoming the person who naturally operates from these principles instead of someone who just knows about them. The difference between knowing the path and walking the path is everything, and you must choose right now, in this moment. Will you be someone who knows or someone who does? Will you be someone who understands or someone who embodies? Will you be someone who agrees with these truths or someone who lives them? Let me tell you what happens when you truly commit to this path, when you stop being a casual student and become a devoted practitioner, when you stop dabbling and start dedicating yourself fully to transformation. Everything changes. Not immediately in your external circumstances, though those will shift too, but immediately in your internal experience. You stop feeling like a victim. You recognize that you're always choosing, always creating, always broadcasting a frequency that's attracting matching experiences. You stop blaming others for your circumstances. You take full responsibility for everything in your life. Not in a harsh, judgmental way, but in an empowering recognition that if you created this reality unconsciously, you can create a different reality consciously. You stop waiting for permission or perfect conditions. You claim your power and start using it deliberately, intentionally, consistently. You stop living from your conditioning and start living from your consciousness. You stop reacting from your past and start creating from your future. You stop being who you've been and start becoming who you're meant to be. This transformation requires what the ancient texts called death and rebirth. The death of the old identity, the false self, the conditioned patterns that have been running your life, and the rebirth of your true nature, your authentic self, your highest potential. This death is not physical. It's psychological. It's the willingness to let go of familiar patterns, even when they feel safe. To release limiting beliefs even when they've been part of your identity for decades. To abandon the victim story even when it's gotten you sympathy and attention. To step beyond the comfort zone even when expansion feels terrifying. Most people resist this death. They want transformation without change. They want new results without new choices. They want to become someone different while remaining exactly who they are. It doesn't work that way. You cannot take your old self into your new reality. You must leave behind the person who created your current circumstances if you want to become the person who creates different circumstances. This requires courage. This requires commitment. This requires a level of honesty with yourself that most people never access because it's uncomfortable, because it requires admitting that you've been complicit in your own limitations, that you've been holding yourself back, that you've been the main obstacle to your own success. Solomon had to die to become Solomon. Not literally, but he had to let go of who he was to become who he was meant to be. He had to release ordinary consciousness to access extraordinary wisdom. He had to surrender limited thinking to embrace expansive vision. He had to die to the small self to be born into the infinite self. And you must do the same. Not all at once, not in one dramatic moment, but gradually, progressively, consistently. Every time you choose a new thought instead of an old pattern, you're dying to the old self and being born into the new. Every time you generate an elevated emotion instead of a survival emotion, you're dying to limitation and being born into possibility. Every time you speak a word of power instead of a word of weakness, you're dying to the victim and being born into the creator. Every time you make a choice aligned with your vision instead of your fear, you're dying to who you've been and being born into who you're becoming. This is the path. This is the practice. This is the price of transformation, and it's worth it. It's worth every uncomfortable moment of growth. It's worth every challenge that stretches you. It's worth every fear you must face. Because on the other side of this death is a life so full, so abundant, so joyful, so aligned with your true nature, that you'll wonder how you ever settled for less. Here's what you must do starting now, today, in this very moment. You must decide. Not someday decide. Not probably decide. Not maybe decide. Decide absolutely, irrevocably, completely. Decide that you are done living small. Decide that you are finished with limitation. Decide that you will no longer settle for a reality that doesn't reflect your highest vision. Decide that you are the creator of your experience, the master of your consciousness, the sovereign of your reality, and then, having decided, you must act from that decision, not perfectly, not flawlessly, but consistently, every day, in every moment that you remember. You must wake up and consciously set your frequency for the day through elevated emotions. You must vigilantly guard your language, speaking words of power instead of words of limitation. You must make choices aligned with who you're becoming instead of who you've been. You must be present with life instead of lost in thought about life. You must plant positive seeds through your thoughts, emotions, words, and actions, trusting that the harvest will come. You must embody abundance consciousness regardless of your bank account. You must recognize yourself as the inner temple, the Holy of Holies, the presence of infinite intelligence having a human experience. This is not a part-time commitment. This is not something you do when you feel like it, or when it's convenient, or when everything is going well. This is a complete reorientation of your life, around truth, instead of around illusion, around consciousness, instead of around conditioning, around creation, instead of around reaction. This is what it means to walk the path that Solomon walked, not to copy him, not to worship him, but to access the same universal principles he accessed, to tap into the same infinite intelligence he tapped into, to become in your own unique way what he became in his way, a conscious creator, a deliberate manifester, an awakened being living from wisdom instead of from ignorance, from power instead of from powerlessness, from presence instead of from absence. And here's what you must remember on the difficult days, and there will be difficult days, on the days when nothing seems to be working, when the old patterns feel stronger than your new intentions, when doubt creeps in and you wonder if any of this is real, or if you're just fooling yourself. On those days, remember this: transformation is not linear. Growth does not happen in a straight upward trajectory. You will have setbacks. You will forget and slip back into old patterns. You will have moments of doubt and fear and confusion. This is not failure. This is part of the process. Every master has walked this path. Every person who has ever achieved transformation has faced these challenges. The difference between those who transform and those who don't is not that the transformers never struggle. It's that they don't quit when they struggle. They recognize struggle as part of growth. They see setbacks as information, not as defeat. They use challenges to strengthen their resolve rather than as excuses to give up. And they keep going. They keep choosing. They keep practicing. They keep returning to truth every time they get lost in illusion. And gradually, imperceptibly at first, then undeniably, they become different. They embody the teachings. They live the wisdom. They are the transformation they once only hoped for. Solomon's greatest wisdom was recognizing that wisdom must be lived, not just learned. That consciousness must be practiced, not just understood. That transformation requires commitment, not just interest. You've been given the keys. You've been shown the principles. You've been reminded of your power. Now comes the real work. Not the work of learning more, though continued learning has value, but the work of applying what you know, of being what you've learned, of living from the consciousness you've awakened to. This work never ends. There is no arrival point where you're done, where you've achieved final enlightenment, where you can coast on autopilot. There are always deeper levels of understanding, higher frequencies to access, greater expressions of your potential to manifest. But this is good news, not bad news. It means your growth is limitless. Your expansion is infinite. Your evolution is eternal. There is always more life to live, more joy to experience, more abundance to create, more love to express, more wisdom to embody. The journey doesn't end. It deepens. It expands. It becomes richer, fuller, more magnificent with each level you ascend. Let me paint a picture of what becomes possible when you fully commit to this path. Imagine waking up every morning with genuine excitement for the day ahead, not because everything is perfect, but because you know you're the creator of your experience and you're curious what you'll create today. Imagine moving through challenges not with stress and fear, but with confidence and creativity, knowing that every problem contains the seed of its solution, and that you have access to infinite intelligence that can guide you through anything. Imagine having relationships characterized by authentic connection, deep intimacy, and mutual growth, because you're no longer seeking from others what you've learned to generate within yourself. Imagine experiencing financial abundance that flows easily and naturally because you've shifted from poverty consciousness to wealth consciousness, and money responds to your frequency like iron filings to a magnet. Imagine feeling genuinely peaceful regardless of external circumstances, because you've learned to anchor in presence, in the now, in the eternal part of yourself that remains untouched by the temporary fluctuations of life. Imagine knowing, not just believing, but knowing in your bones, that you are an expression of infinite consciousness, that you are connected to all that is, that you are worthy and powerful and magnificent, not because you've achieved anything, but simply because you exist. This is not fantasy. This is not impossible. This is what becomes available when you embody these teachings, when you live from this consciousness, when you become the new Solomon. And understand this: you becoming the fullest expression of yourself, you awakening to your true power, you transforming your life from limitation to abundance, from struggle to flow, from suffering to joy. This is not selfish. This is not just about you. Your transformation ripples out and affects everyone you encounter. When you raise your frequency, you raise the frequency of every space you enter. When you live from elevated consciousness, you inspire others to access their own wisdom. When you embody your highest potential, you give others permission to do the same. You become a living demonstration that transformation is possible, that consciousness can be mastered, that reality can be created intentionally. And in a world where so many people feel powerless, where so many are lost in victim consciousness, where so many have forgotten their own magnificence, your awakening is a beacon. Your transformation is a gift. Your embodiment is a service, not because you're preaching or teaching or trying to fix anyone, but simply because you're being yourself, your true self, your highest self. And that presence, that frequency, that way of being, it's contagious. It spreads. It uplifts. It transforms not just you, but everyone your life touches. The manuscript you've been reading was never about Solomon's secrets. It was about your secrets, the wisdom you've always carried, the power you've always possessed, the truth you've always known but forgot in the process of incarnating into density, into physicality, into a world that taught you to be less than you are. This entire journey has been a remembering, a recognition, an awakening to what has always been true. You are consciousness itself, playing in form, experiencing life through the filter of individuality, but never separate from the infinite intelligence that created galaxies and orchestrates the seasons and knows exactly how many cells to divide to grow a human being from a single fertilized egg. That same intelligence lives in you, as you, through you. And when you align with it, when you stop fighting it with your limited thinking and controlling strategies, when you surrender to it while simultaneously claiming your creative power within it, miracles become normal. Synchronicities become daily occurrences. Manifestation becomes natural. Life becomes a dance instead of a struggle, a flow instead of a fight, a celebration instead of a survival challenge. You stand now at a choice point. Every moment is a choice point, but this moment especially. You can close this teaching and return to your old patterns, your old consciousness, your old way of being. You can let these words be interesting ideas that you enjoyed hearing, but that changed nothing in your actual life. Many people will make that choice. They'll agree with everything they've heard. They'll recognize the truth in it, and they'll do nothing differently. They'll remain exactly who they've been, wondering why their life doesn't change, not recognizing that they're choosing sameness every day through their habitual thoughts and emotions and words and actions. Or you can make a different choice. You can decide, right here, right now, that this is the moment everything changes. Not because the teachings changed. They've always been available. The wisdom has always existed. But because you're finally ready to stop being a student and become an embodiment. To stop understanding and start being. To stop knowing the path and start walking it. This choice, this decision, this commitment, this is what separates those who transform from those who just think about transforming. And only you can make it. No one can make it for you. No external authority can grant you permission. No perfect circumstance will make it easier. The choice is yours. Always has been. Always will be. If you choose the path of embodiment, here's what you must do. First, you must develop what we might call spiritual discipline. Not harsh, punitive discipline, but loving, committed consistency. You must establish daily practices that keep you aligned with elevated consciousness. Morning practice. Setting your frequency through gratitude or joy or love. Regular moments throughout the day returning to presence. Checking your thoughts. Choosing your words consciously. Making aligned choices. Evening practice of reflection and appreciation, planting positive seeds as you enter sleep, so your subconscious continues the transformation work overnight. These practices must become non-negotiable, not something you do when you feel like it, but something you do because you've committed to your transformation, because you value your growth more than your comfort, because you understand that consistency creates mastery, and you're committed to mastering your consciousness. Second, you must develop what we might call conscious company. Surround yourself with people who are also committed to growth, to consciousness, to evolution. Energy is contagious. Consciousness is infectious. If you spend time with people who live in victim consciousness, who complain constantly, who resist growth, who mock or diminish your transformation, you will find it harder to maintain your new frequency, not because you're weak, but because energy affects energy. Find your tribe. Find people who inspire you, who challenge you to grow, who celebrate your expansion, who reflect back your highest potential. And if you can't find them physically, find them through books, through teachings, through digital communities. But protect your energy. Be selective about who you give your time and attention to. This is not about being elitist or superior. This is about recognizing that you're cultivating a delicate new consciousness, and it needs support, needs nourishment, needs protection from the toxic frequencies that dominate mass consciousness. Third, you must develop what we might call radical self-honesty. You must become willing to see your own patterns, to recognize when you're slipping into old consciousness, to admit when you're operating from ego instead of from essence, to acknowledge when fear is driving your choices instead of wisdom. This requires brutal honesty with yourself. It requires catching yourself in the act of limitation, of victimhood, of unconsciousness. And it requires doing this without judgment, without shame, without making yourself wrong, simply observing, oh, there's that old pattern again, there's that limiting belief, there's that fear-based choice, and then consciously choosing differently, redirecting, realigning, returning to truth. This self-honesty is the difference between people who transform permanently and people who have temporary shifts that fade back into old patterns. You must be willing to see yourself clearly, all of yourself, the parts you're proud of, and the parts you've been hiding, and love all of it while committing to evolving beyond limitation. Fourth, you must develop what we might call faithful persistence. You must trust the process even when you don't see immediate results. You must keep planting positive seeds even while you're still harvesting old crops. You must maintain your new frequency even when circumstances haven't caught up yet. This requires faith, not religious faith necessarily, but faith in the law, faith in the principles, faith that consciousness does create reality, that frequency does determine experience, that what you consistently broadcast, you will inevitably receive. This faith will be tested. Life will present situations that seem to contradict what you're learning. Old patterns will reassert themselves. Doubt will arise. And in those moments, you must remember, current circumstances are always the harvest of old consciousness. Keep planting new seeds. Keep broadcasting your new frequency. Keep being who you're becoming, and trust that the harvest will come. It always does. The law is reliable. The universe is responsive, but it operates on its own timing, not on your demanded schedule. Patience combined with persistence creates transformation. Impatience combined with inconsistency creates frustration. Solomon didn't become wise overnight. He cultivated wisdom through choices, through practice, through consistent alignment with truth. He built his temple stone by stone, decision by decision, moment by moment, and you will do the same. Your transformation will unfold gradually. Your consciousness will expand progressively. Your reality will shift incrementally. But if you commit, if you persist, if you keep choosing truth over illusion, consciousness over conditioning, creation over reaction, you will reach a point where the new consciousness becomes natural, where elevated emotions become your baseline, where aligned choices happen automatically, where presence is your default state. You will have rewired your brain, reprogrammed your subconscious, shifted your identity, transformed your frequency, and your external reality will reflect this internal transformation so completely that you'll barely recognize your old life, not because you forced changes, but because you became someone different, and different beings attract different experiences. The transmission is complete. The teaching is finished. The wisdom has been shared. But the journey, your journey, is just beginning. You are the new Solomon, not a copy of the ancient king, but your own unique expression of awakened consciousness, sovereign creativity, deliberate manifestation. You carry within you everything you need to create a life beyond your current imagination. You have access to infinite intelligence, unlimited potential, boundless creativity. You are not small. You're not limited. You're not powerless. You are consciousness itself, temporarily focused into individual form, playing in the field of time and space, creating reality through every thought and emotion and word and choice. And now, you know it. Now you remember it. Now you can't unknow it. This knowledge, this remembering, this awakening, it changes everything. Not because the world changed, but because you changed. And when you change, When you truly transform at the level of consciousness and identity and frequency, your world must change to match. This is law. This is certain. This is the way reality works. And you, right now, are beginning the greatest adventure possible. The journey from unconscious creation to conscious creation, from limitation to liberation, from forgetting to remembering, from sleep to awakening. Welcome to your power. Welcome to your truth. Welcome to your kingdom. The throne has always been yours. You've just been sitting somewhere else pretending to be someone less than you are. Now you know better. Now you remember. Now you rise. Now you claim what's always been yours. Now you become the Solomon you came here to be. And nothing will ever be the same again.